Think you know how today's matches will play out? Prove it with Division 1 pick'ems. Follow along and put your predictions to the test. Each week, you can make your picks for both Valorant and League of Legends, or just stick to your favorite game. Predict the winners of our future matches and choose the players you think will have the biggest impact. Every correct pick earns you points. The more points you score, the higher you climb on that leaderboard. At the top, you'll find prizes waiting for you at the end of the split. It's easy to play, adds excitement to every match, and keeps you connected with the action all season long. So lock in your picks, track your progress, and see if you've got what it takes to top the Division 1 Pick'ems leaderboard. Think you know how today's matches will play out? Prove it with Division 1 pick'ems. Follow along and put your predictions to the test. Each week, you can make your picks for both Valorant and League of Legends, or just stick to your favorite game. Predict the winners of our future matches and choose the players you think will have the biggest impact. Every correct pick earns you points. The more points you score, the higher you climb on that leaderboard. At the top, you'll find prizes waiting for you at the end of the split. It's easy to play, adds excitement to every match, and keeps you connected with the action all season long. So lock in your picks, track your progress, and see if you've got what it takes to top the Division 1 Pick'ems leaderboard. Think you know how today's matches will play out? Prove it with Division 1 pick'ems. Follow along and put your predictions to the test. Each week, you can make your picks for both Valorant and League of Legends, or just stick to your favorite game. Predict the winners of our future matches and choose the players you think will have the biggest impact. Every correct pick earns you points. The more points you score, the higher you climb on that leaderboard. At the top, you'll find prizes waiting for you at the end of the split. It's easy to play, adds excitement to every match, and keeps you connected with the action all season long. So lock in your picks, track your progress, and see if you've got what it takes to top the Division 1 Pick'ems leaderboard. Think you know how today's matches will play out? Prove it with Division 1 pick'ems. Follow along and put your predictions to the test. Each week, you can make your picks for both Valorant and League of Legends, or just stick to your favorite game. Predict the winners of our future matches and choose the players you think will have the biggest impact. Every correct pick earns you points. The more points you score, the higher you climb on that leaderboard. At the top, you'll find prizes waiting for you at the end of the split. It's easy to play, adds excitement to every match, and keeps you connected with the action all season long. So lock in your picks, track your progress, and see if you've got what it takes to top the Division 1 Pick'ems leaderboard. Think you know how today's matches will play out? Prove it with Division 1 pick'ems. Follow along and put your predictions to the test. Each week, you can make your picks for both Valorant and League of Legends, or just stick to your favorite game. Predict the winners of our future matches and choose the players you think will have the biggest impact. Every correct pick earns you points. The more points you score, the higher you climb on that leaderboard. At the top, you'll find prizes waiting for you at the end of the split. It's easy to play, adds excitement to every match, and keeps you connected with the action all season long. So lock in your picks, track your progress, and see if you've got what it takes to top the Division 1 Pick'ems leaderboard.
What's going on, everybody? Welcome to week number 6 of Division 1 League of Legends, where we continue to finalize the standings before this regular season wraps up and we get into the very first Division 1 playoffs. We're kicking off today with a matchup between Winthrop and Stony Brook. My name is Gordo, and I'm joined by Ulk Battery on the cast today. Ulk, welcome back. It's time for another week of D1.
Hell yeah, we get a lot of fun matchups. Last week we got, I think, much more contention series. We finally had our second and third full 3-game series. And then, I don't know, like, we come into this week, we're on Tilt Proof talking about, like, this has to be our match to watch. The very first one for today, Winthrop versus Stony Brook University. This is potentially a battle for you to get second or third seed going into playoffs.
Yeah, it definitely is. We come into this season, and I think a lot of folks, ourselves included, are anticipating a firm top 3 and then a battle out from there on out. We're anticipating it to be Maryville, Winthrop, and St. Clair, and then from there on out, it's going to be real close, is the
everybody
expectation.
Else.
But Stony Brook have clearly separated themselves from everybody else, right? They come in here at 4-1, their only drop to Maryville. And now, coming up against Winthrop and St. Clair to close out the season, the question on everybody's mind as a result, perhaps of the schedule somewhat, is, hey, can this team actually come in and tussle with the Eagles, and can they tussle with St. Clair coming into next week?
Oh, wait a minute. I didn't know Papa was starting. I thought it was mobility. At least that's what it said on the sheet last night. Okay, it is mobility. I'm getting word. Pretend mobility's handsome mug is on that side of the map. But yeah, it's really interesting that Stony Brook have become a team that kind of out of nowhere almost feels like they are the best of the rest outside of the top three. And while they are 4-1, they are 8-3 in game score, so they're actually ahead of Winthrop. I still think that their end of season schedule is pretty tough. They're going to be playing up against Winthrop tonight and next week St. Clair. Whether or not they can show themselves as the best, one of the top programs here in Division 1 is going to be really important going in, because top 2 goes and gets a bye for playoffs.
Yeah, SBU, they owe a little something to the schedule makers here, because they've really crafted a hell of a narrative for themselves. Because, listen, they come in day one against BSU, Boise State, and everybody's like, all right, well, they win that one. That's not too big of a surprise. And then we think West Virginia is going to be kind of close, and then it isn't. And then coming up into last week, you think Ohio State is surely going to be the place where SBU starts to falter. Doesn't happen there either. And now they're coming into Winthrop at this 4-1 record. So going to be a very difficult matchup for them. Very close in difficulty to Maryville, where they did end up 2-0'd. We'll see if they are going to be able to adapt from what they learned from that prior matchup, though, especially now that they find themselves with Vin in the mid lane. They were running Yanahama Sila all the way up until that loss to Maryville, and have been rocking it with Vin ever since.
Yep, Vin has been more of a facilitator for the team, just playing things that are going to have bigger impact as we go along. We are here in draft for our game number 1 with Winthrop on the blue side. So Nico and Gwen, not all that surprising when we think about, I think, champions that have been more impactful. Although we haven't seen, I think, Ketong play a pretty big Nico game so far. So I wonder if as we get into playoffs, especially with the patch changes, if we're going to be seeing this champion kind of fade out of relevance. And we can see that Stony Brook just wanting to make sure that Vin feels a little bit stronger with 3 mid lane bans here.
Yeah, really looking to limit Sword's capabilities coming into this game number 1. Historically, at like a tier 2 level, a player that I think of as not having the deepest champion pool in the world, but he has gotten to show us some things like the Akali over the course of this split of D1, and now snapping up that LeBlanc to start off the draft, clearly going to show a little bit more of that assassin gameplay coming into this matchup up against Vin. That does give Stony Brook, though, access to their pick of the litter for some of these really high priority picks across the rest of the map. The Wukong going to be the first one snapped up.
Now, is Vin going to play Gala? Because he's one of the few mid laners in this tournament to actually pick this champion. No, he's going to go for the Akali. Not an easy matchup, even in the lane. So if we talk about how Winthrop like to play, they're a team that do tend to play the map a little bit wider, especially with Sword and Denethor as your solo lanes. These two are going to try and have good lane matchups that are going to be good going later into the game. It allows them to side lane, allows them to exert pressure on the map, and then move from the outsides of the map to objectives. Stony Brook, I don't think they've shown us that level of depth quite yet, and now Winthrop, they have a lot of ways of being able to make plays on opposite sides. They have the Scion, who can very easily just push and roam. LeBlanc is always going to be a menace, especially into the Akali. So Stony Brook really need to get into their identity of being a strong team-fighting team, and it really comes from the Chubby Pig being an amazing AD carry.
It really does, and very interesting you talk about identity here. What Winthrop's going for is this is pretty contrary to what I think we've seen from them for most of the season. It is going to be the double assassin mid-jungle, really looking to try to snowball through Sword and Rapid, at least on pace from the first 3 picks that we've seen coming on through. When I do often think that they want to, get this Lucian on a mobility or something like that and try to play through that lane. They had the opportunity to do so here. Now the Lucian going to be banned away. Poppy going to be taken away on the opposite side to try to prevent any kind of anti-dash tech from coming in on towards the Stony Brook side. But these bot lane drafts, I think, have gotten very interesting all of a sudden as Mobility loses access to his most picked and Chubby Pig going to get first crack at whatever remains.
Now, is this going to be an 80 carry on 4 here for Stony Brook? Sivir has been a huge pick for the Seawolves and Chubby Pig's success early on, but I think there is kind of an argument to be made. Let's pick up Ketong's support champion here and give Chubby Pig a little bit more time in the draft. They disagree. They're going to take that Kaisa. It gives them the ability to finally kill Scion. I do think that Stony Brook are a little squishy here in this game, but if we're talking about dive, you have a ton of setup with a Wukong. You're going to have this Mbessa, who should be able to do fine going into the Scion matchup. So I think Winthrop's composition is a bit strange. Rakan is the best pick here for not just the lane, but also connecting with Rapid, but I don't think this team has as much crowd control to slow fights down, so watching how Denethor and only 35 position and play these fights out is going to, I think, make or break a lot of Winthrop's potential.
Yeah, definitely going to be a big part of executing this Winthrop comp. Execution a little bit harder for their side, but I do think they have the ability to counteract a lot of what Stony Brook are going for. It feels like a lot of the fate of this game going to be in Winthrop's hands, as Stony Brook have drafted full dive, but dive who? Rapid going to be able to go invulnerable with Call the Pack here from Nefiri. The LeBlanc going to be very slippery. Denethor, of course, ridiculously tanky and mobility. Drafting this Xayah gets access to Featherstorm, gets the untargetability, can buy that additional time while the rest of the team gets to pump out their damage. It's going to be tough for Stony Brook to have all the cards in their hand for how they decide to execute this. Mistakes always going to be a possibility. Getting leads always going to be a possibility to be able to play through, just Mbessa and Wukong and Kaisa in their team fighting, but the straightforward game plan of dive in and blow somebody up, you're out of real juicy targets.
Yeah, I think Nautilus basically kind of has to hammer that home. It's like, we are going to make sure one person's getting locked down with the depth charge. And as we get ready for this game number 1, Gordo, fans at home, this is an incredibly important match here in week number 7. This is now the battle for top 2. These two teams both at 4-1, and for Stony Brook, their series is going to be Winthrop and St. Clair next week. So a win here today might just be able to secure them a bye going into playoffs.
Really critical game for both sides. A loss here as well, kind of going to take that fate out of their hands, as the other side can just win next week and claim it for themselves. A 5-man stack of Winthrop going to come through. Chubby Pig spots them in the ping brush and will be able to back on away. Has Ketong there for the backup. They're going to keep vision for as long as they can, and they do manage to evade any sort of sticky situation here. So it's just going to be a trade of vision cross-map for both sides.
Making sure that they can track where Tempest is going to be. I don't know how you have felt about some of these junglers, but I feel that of the junglers that we don't have a lot of experience with, if you're not familiar with maybe top 8 of Collegiate League of Legends in North America, have actually been not all that bad. I feel like they usually they don't have as many tools as some of our better, more recognizable programs, but players like Tempest, another team that we'll see later on in West Virginia University. I think Sour's also been a very interesting player here in Div 1, so I've been quite surprised with the jungle role in this tournament.
Yeah, for sure. And I think Tempest, I agree, definitely one that kind of stands out in their ability to play, I think, a more traditional jungle game as well. Sour, definitely impressive, but certainly a player that will really, really, really emphasize those sorts of carry junglers, and the whole team kind of curves itself to the shape of that champion pool. I think you get a much more standard draft access with a player like Tempest. So probably incredibly emblematic of that here with the Wukong, perhaps the most picked and prioritized jungler at Worlds right now.
Ooh. So Vin actually opted for Fleet Footwork. I think this is the right play, but does mean that Vin is going to have a little bit less time to play in the lane.
Nice early trade coming through here. Only 35, taken pretty low. That's going to be a nice route on a Chubby Pig, but mobility taking a fair bit of abuse back, and only 35 will fall below 200 HP. All in all, a nice trade by Chubby Pig and Ketong, and I think this bottom lane, whether or not they can go toe-to-toe with mobility and only 35, going to be a massive indicator for what their chances in this series really are.
Both junglers are heading bot lane. Oh, only 35.
Big
One more
root for
plasma proc.
mobility, but yeah, Ketong had enough health to be able to fight it out, and a flash order from Chubby Pig will claim first blood. Mobility trades it right back, though. Now the question is, Ketong, can he get away? He certainly can. A nice move there from Chubby Pig to find the first kill, but 80 carry down for support down feels like it's going to give Mobility a slight advantage.
And Mobility does get a recall in, and that was a kill going over to both of our marksman players. Chubby Pig getting sold down the river, though. If that one blue minion wasn't on his side, maybe an entire Cathian Rain could have done a little bit more versus the Xayah. This is kind of the strength of both of these teams. This would have been our head-to-head going into this series. Mobility versus Chubby Pig. Mobility has been, I think, the best 80 carry, and we talked about it on Tilt Proof, potentially being the mid-season MVP. Well, it's Chubby Pig.
Wow!
Oh my god!
Dancing with the BL! Just rolls up here. Drakehound steps forward and solos out Denethor. I don't know if he's distracted trying to make the swap happen, but what a move there from the Stony Brook top laners. A fight breaks out towards the bottom river. It's going to be Vin diving in with the Shuriken flip. Picks up Feet of Warfare for the Seawolves. Kill onto Rapid, going to leave them junglerless for the time being. And Stony Brook with a great start all around.
Wait, they just started off with 3 kills into this game.
They did?
Is this game more even than maybe even we thought? I know we talked about top 2 matchup. Maybe this is, you know, is Stony Brook actually going to be a top 2 program in the League of Legends division? You were a little bit more incredulous, and I think fair enough, as we do think that if we were just going off of initial standings, they probably are the 4th best team here, but a really strong early game start. I mean, bottom lane's been playing the 2v2 as we expect. Now we're getting a swap here. Let's see what Winthrop can do as they set themselves up to play for the grubs.
Completely unprepared for Ketong to come out of that ping brush with the depth charge. We'll be able to pull on in Mobility, but only 35 does a good job of disengaging there. The dredge line did connect, but the damage not quite there from Dancing with the BL to be able to force Mobility out of that lane.
This matchup has to be very careful here for Chubby Pig, because not only are you down a level, you also have no flash versus Sion, and Sion is a champion that can very easily take down some squishier marksmen. Doesn't seem like there's going to be much action for now. Mobility and only 35 are going to take their resets. I think very important that Stony Brook get themselves their ultimates, especially for a champion like Mbessa and this Akali. Having those 2 high impact abilities, I think, changes the landscape of a fight very much.
Finn with these double buffs really helping him out in what is going to be a tough early lane against LeBlanc. Tough to play melees into LeBlanc, tough to play Akali into ranged in general. They will both tick up to level 6 though, and that really is usually the point where Vin should feel a little bit more unlocked. The fact that he was able to pick up that first kill and the double buffs with it, a huge boon to him, still will fall down multiple waves of CS here.
That's been my problem with watching Vin, is that his lane hasn't been all that impressive, but once we get out of lane and we get to team fights, he does have a bit more of an impact here. Now, a lot of people are kind of segmenting themselves towards the bottom side. Denethor is probably going to hit level 6 before his opponent, and I think that's important because even while these 2 top laners don't have TP, you can always answer with that Sion ultimate. Tempest's going to have to flash out, and this might not be their objective to play for, as you can see that Winthrop are starting to choke their opponents out of resources.
Yeah, nice move by only 35 there. Gets the earlier roam up, joins up with Rapid, and the potential numbers disadvantage forces out Tempest Flash. A nice hook onto Mobility, though. Ketong trying to respond in turn on the opposite side. Rapid is incoming, though. Chubby Pig maybe has over-aggressed, trying his best to back on away. Does not have access to the Flash. Barrier will be popped. Trying his best to pump out the Plasma stacks onto Rapid while the cooldowns are down, but just not going to be able to find that last bit of damage. Ketong's heal going to keep Chubby Pig standing. Dives back away from the grand entrance of only 35 to force the kill back. Mobility going to be traded onto as well. It's a 2 for 2, but Rapid impossibly low, and Tempest is hot on his trail. Lands the crushing blow. 1 or 2 more hits will be able to do it. Double Dagger's going to regen him a little bit of HP, waiting for those last few cooldowns on the Nimbus strike. Dashes forward, invulnerability from Rapid, but the execution will be there for Tempest. It's a 1 for 1, jungler for jungler.
It's a 3 for 3. Everybody ends up going down. Both junglers, both AD carries, both supports, and both teams really scrapping it out here in the early game. That was Denethor using his ultimate to get, I think, away from this Mbessa. And now, Winthrop, I think they have a decent time to be able to fight for either objective on the map right now. There's not going to be summoner spells for a lot of these players. They did have to use Flash on both Only 35 and Mobility, but Chubby Pig has no barrier, but still has these two players having Flash, I think, potentially game-altering for them. A lot of jungle camps to be able to pick up during this time as well, as most junglers really want to hit their level 6 mark here. Very interesting early game start coming on through, especially for Stony Brook, who we have a lot of questions as to whether or not they're going to be able to perform at the highest level.
Yeah, and eyes on Tempest now. He's hit level 6 on the Wukong. Like you said, there's that flash advantage on the bottom side. This is prime for a revisit after this Grubs fight. Let's see how it is going to play out. His sword is already on his way up, as SBU have already started them up. The first Grub going to fall on down. They're going to go for an engage onto Sword. He's forced to dash back away with the distortion. Rapid going to back off as well as the Cyclone damage. Quite a big threat there, but now they are without the damage of either ultimate from mid or jungle. Denethor takes a little bit of abuse on his way out. I think they're going to have to settle for 2. Keetong just walks into 3 of them, and he's going to pay the price. Denethor takes him out, and very likely this is going to be smited away. It is a 2-for-1 on the Grubs. Can Winthrop chase down for anything else? They're going to look to engage onto Tempest. Decimating Smash going to connect from Denethor, and that is a death sentence for him. Sword going to be able to clean that one up. Vin doing his best to get away. Going to have to flash away from the grand entrance. Dives back in. Has Dancing with his BL on his back, but does not quite have the energy to keep the fight going, and they're outnumbered either way. 4 versus 2, looking for the dive.
Nice.
Good block from Dancing with the BL to stop Denethor from taking the wave underneath the turret, but the rest of the dive going to come through regardless. Denethor going to be the first one to fall down. Finn going to dive his way back on through, but loses his life in the process. 2-for-1. Winthrop, clean house at the Grubs.
Winthrop ended up getting a few kills on through there, and I think a summoner spell out from Vin, not all that bad, but it will turn into some gold across the map here for Stony Brook. Chubby Pig was alone versus Mobility. Keetong also, remember, dies at the very beginning of that fight around the Grubs. All in all, it's still 2 Grubs going over to the Seawolves, and Winthrop do look a little bit more mortal than we are expecting. They have been a team that I think in years past with most this iteration, the core of this roster, have been a little bit slow in series to start if they don't have a lot of warm-up. So let's see if Winthrop can kind of get things back on track and get this game back in control, because all things considered, even with all this early game skirmishing, they still found themselves at almost a 2,000 goal lead here at the 10-minute mark.
Yeah, and it's a lot of it coming through CS. They've had really successful lanes across the board, even the ones that have been killed in those straight-up matchups, finding themselves with advantages and now getting to really balloon those advantages off of the kills they clean up on the top side. Still, Tempest is going to have Cyclone back up in just a second here, and he is on that bottom side. Rapid already starting off onto the Dragon, and does look like he's going to be able to take it uncontested as Vin gets shoved underneath his turret. Only 35 looking pretty deep, though. Keetong just misses the dredge line, will not be able to pull the Rakan out of position, and no harm, no foul for Only 35.
Well, first Dragon going down at 11 minutes is kind of crazy work, though. Also, Rapid is the only player with a completed item. I think I'm going to eat my words there as Chubby Pig finishes, but the Kraken Slayer, I should mention. But yeah, if there's a Neferi on your screen, you're probably not wanting to skirmish them right now. And this is an interesting game because I don't think
BL.
No, don't get solo killed now. Come on, you already did it to Denethor. Just keep up the... Oh.
Yeah, sword incoming. Good flash away. Goes back in with the public execution. It's a good idea, but just didn't quite have the time to do it.
That was very close, though, because if the full public execution goes down and LeBlanc doesn't have a chain mid-air, I don't think the electrocute proc ends up going off. Very close margins there for the side of Winthrop. They're making a huge play. Double TP, and this is Chubby Pig with every summoner spell and an ultimate down.
Yeah, should be able to get out of here with that ultimate. Does dash over to the other side as a fight breaks out in mid. Cyclone on a 2. Mobility with a massive Blade Caller. Will be able to claim 1, but does fall down to Tempest on the other side. Meanwhile, Chubby Pig did get finished off in the bottom lane. Flash and ultimate down. Barrier still up, and they find the kill regardless. Now trying to trade back onto Vin. He's going to get stuck inside the decimating smash, and Denethor going to smash him for the kill.
That is very problematic because I feel Stony Brook do want this game to go a little bit late. They do want to hit their 2 and 3 items. They want this Akali to be able to be a menace in the side lanes. They want this Kai'Sa to be kind of that big team fight carry. And for what we've seen from the Seawolves, I don't think that Stony Brook have necessarily shown that they're a team that can play the big picture. They can play the map a little bit wider. They're able to play around side lanes as well. This feels like a huge team fighting team that is completely centered around their AD carry. And now, that was 3 kills in a short amount of time going over. It is Winthrop with a Dragon lead. I need to see a little bit more out of the Stony Brook team as to how they're going to handle lane allocations and make sure that they can get gold in the right places.
Yeah, it's going to have to be play around Chubby Pig at this stage. You got to feel with the amount of gold allocated to him, getting some more of these isolated plates. Keetong being careful to make sure that those do go over isolated to the Kai'Sa. And Dancing with the BL continuing to be the victim of plays like this. It's a 3 versus 1 dive. Chain CC is executed beautifully, and Winthrop will walk away with a killing spree for Denethor.
Super close timing there, by the way, because that is without the ultimate. The perfect public execution was not up until right after they would have died. So first turret seems like it's going to be going over to Winthrop right now. Maybe turret fortification makes this a little tough. Remember, it is Stony Brook with two grubs. This is Winthrop getting it. So probably just going to be feats of strength going over to them now. Or oh no, they don't have feats of strength because we haven't seen all of the objectives taken quite yet.
Yeah,
right.
Stony Brook did get the first 3 kills, so we are at 1-1 now. Chubby Pig, though, hit by that chain means that he is done for. Hold still for the grand entrance of only 35. Keetong, though, still aggressing, trying to keep them in this brawl as Tempest and Vin arrive from the mid lane. Tempest going to dive in, finishes them off with a crushing blow as Denethor charges in. Unstoppable Onslaught will be in a 1 versus 3 situation, but they've actually just kind of left Keetong out of here. They realize that they need to back away as Winthrop could have reinforcements in tow, and they do. Keetong Spider-Man's his way out with a dredge line onto the wall and should be able to get himself to safety.
I think this is the part of the game that's going to be even more difficult now, as Stony Brook, I feel, are getting pulled around the map. Dancing with the BL dies, and then we see Winthrop move. Mobility gets alone time in the mid lane as we see the Seawolves try to answer on the bottom side of the map, but it turns into nothing. It's a kill that goes over to Crawl, only 35, and I think that they're just bleeding gold all over the map. These lane matchups that we thought were going to go a little bit better for them. Hold up.
And trying to come in on the flank, gets spotted by only 35 with the quickness, or actually just the grand entrance there. Quickness as well does get used for the charm, and will be tough for Vin to make anything happen at this half HP bar. So they just create a little bit of space. They push them off of the ramp.
He's gonna
and
get soloed.
Chubby Pig gets solo killed by Denethor. Not quite going to drop here. The minion damage isn't enough. The refillable potion perhaps making the difference as Dancing with the BL collapsed on the top side, and Winthrop starting to come alive here as they make picks cross map.
Gordo, I bet you wish that was Grapes. I know you wish your top laner could do something like Denethor there on the Scion. He makes it look easy. Gets themselves a turret on bottom side, and while this is happening, a Herald comes through for Winthrop. Stony Brook looked very good in the early laning phase, but it has all come crumbling down here now. Has a ton of gold, a lot of experience being lost for the Seawolves. And this is about where we thought this matchup should occur. There's too much of a wealth of experience, and that gap in terms of the amount of games played between these two core rosters should be able to show.
And I don't even need Denethor, man. I just need Scion unbanned. I can stick with Grapes. This champion is
you want him on his
ridiculous.
Renekton? You don't like him on Renekton? You don't like him on...
Grapes has a lot of champions he can play, all right? But I don't think there's any champions right now that compare to this Scion. This champion is busted with a capital B. As you can see, the full tank build just solo killing out a marksman under turret at 15 minutes. Chubby Pig does get caught out there, does stay alive with the barrier, and the collapse is pretty nice from Tempest. Gets that Cyclone on across, lets them finish off only 35. Dancing with the BL, TP's in, finds more members than he anticipated. He's going to back on away, but now Tempest might be the one who's in too deep. They back on away. Tempest down to half HP. Chubby Pig still very worse for wear as well. So they will back on away, and I do think it's going to be Winthrop who get this dragon, even at the numbers disadvantage.
We are not fighting this, guys. Why are we even walking in?
Well, Denethor going to show some more of that one-shot potential. Into the back line goes dancing with the BL. Chubby Pig spawns in the base, or gets the recall off, rather. That means he's not going to be a participant in this fight. Still Sword very low. Sets up for Vin to be able to get the shutdown, but Rapid running amok on the opposite side. In goes the ultimate. Denethor goes unstoppable. Dancing with the BL, cleaned up by the double daggers. And Winthrop University, they get some kills on top of their dragon.
That's the dragon, and they'll summon up the Herald. I gotta say, for Stony Brook, how are we ever fighting that when we know Chubby Pig is a big part of our team fight here, just in this draft alone? Doesn't even have the completed Rage Blade. He just finished his recall, and maybe he could have answered with the Killer Instinct, but it's not even level 11. You don't have the extended range on top of that, so I think very mismatched fight. If Stony Brook were in a better position, I think they would have preferred to get into a little bit of a dragon dance. Maybe they try to chip away at their opponents, see if they can try to nudge or squeeze a little bit more out of Winthrop, but there is just no reason for us to be going into that pit. Tempest lost his flash going into that fight. Sword got forced out, and thankfully so, but that means we have no depth charge here from Ketong. I think a lot of confusing mistakes here.
That's the full kit dumped on towards Sword, but the follow-up damage is not there, and out of nowhere, it's a 5 versus 2. Ketong and Tempest taken off the map, and carries on Stony Brook, left wondering what they're even meant to do here, as this siege from Winthrop will continue, and they're likely to get some inner turrets off of this one.
Oh!
Pig found, picked, and down he goes.
All right. This is probably around the time we should probably bring up Pick'ems. If you don't know, we do have Pick'ems over on Division 1 GG, and today's lines for this game, we're going to be Denethor 9.5 over-under on kills. I'm going to hold that. Oh, God.
Another engage coming on through, but once again, it is just at odd numbers, and it is without Chubby Pig, so Vin can't find himself a single name. Tempest going in now with that Cyclone, but again, it's one at a time without the backup of the teammates. Winthrop say thank you very much as another one gets fed into the garbage disposal. And Stony Brook, with only their bot lane left to defend the Nexus, I don't think it'll be a game-ending push here, but yeah. Inhibitor is done for.
The last 3 minutes for Stony Brook have been 1 or 2 members die, and then the rest of the team has to defend. And so we're just kind of off sync in terms of timers here. Sword's going to look for Ketong. Oh.
And he's going to find him.
And it's going to happen again. Now, the top side of the map is going to spawn, and Chubby Pig, thankfully he ends up surviving, but now Ketong still has another 15 seconds. Dancing with the BL is going to try and cancel. No one's allowed to recall from the side of Winthrop.
Yeah, dashing forward, Tempest going on in. You see, every time they make this play, the health bars on Winthrop get a little bit lower, and the chances get a little bit juicier, but it's all a bait every single time. The Eagles lie in wait, and they pounce on Stony Brook. A double kill to Denethor, and this should be the game-ending push. 20-plus seconds on every member but Ketong as they march on towards the Nexus.
And this hits the over on a lot of people right now, because 9.5 kills is what Denethor was going to have. Dancing with the BL, 6.5 kills. That's going to be an under here in this game. 31-11, 21-minute game here from the Eagles as they take game number 1 of this series.
Yeah, respawns come through, but too late. Winthrop University, after a back-and-forth early game, they find their stride, and they make quick work of the Seawolves.
All right, so I am a little bit worried now because I want to go back to the pick'ems real quick. 9.5 kills for Denethor. Dancing with the BL, 6.5 kills. Chubby Pig, 4.5 deaths. And Mobility, 3.5 deaths. Chubby Pig is over. Already have that one. Denethor is over already in game number 1. And Mobility is at 2 deaths. We got 2 he's allowed to die 1 time in the next game.
Yeah, Dancing with the BL leaves with how many kills? I think I missed that one.
2 kills in this one.
All right,
so he needs
so
5 more for the over.
Yeah, that one's still a little bit more of a toss-up. We will find out as that game number 2 breaks on out, but Yeah, I mean, all in all, I don't think it's the path that we expected to get there with. I think a really strong early game plan coming out of the Seawolves and some nice work in the 1v1 mechanics as well. That solo kill coming through for Dancing with the BL nice and early, but not enough to be able to overcome what were some lane deficits that got created over time, and certainly not enough to be able to tussle in that mid game, making some poor decisions around where they face checked and with how many members, and it ends up costing them big time.
Very weird game, but aside from some of the early gaming that we saw from Stony Brook, this is exactly the Winthrop that I think fans at home should be expecting. Winthrop are a top 2 program here in Division 1 across both League of Legends and Valorant. And this league team has been the most consistent, only falling at the very beginning of the season in a close series against Maryville.
Yeah, well, we'll find out. We're going to throw it to a quick break here as we do get into draft for game number 2. Stay tuned. Winthrop going to take on Stony Brook for the second game in this best of 3 as soon as we're back.
Think you know how today's matches will play out? Prove it with Division 1 pick'ems. Follow along and put your predictions to the test. Each week, you can make your picks for both Valorant and League of Legends, or just stick to your favorite game. Predict the winners of our future matches and choose the players you think will have the biggest impact. Every correct pick earns you points. The more points you score, the higher you climb on that leaderboard. At the top, you'll find prizes waiting for you at the end of the split. It's easy to play, adds excitement to every match, and keeps you connected with the action all season long. So lock in your picks, track your progress, and see if you've got what it takes to top the Division 1 Pick'ems leaderboard. Think you know how today's matches will play out? Prove it with Division 1 pick'ems. Follow along and put your predictions to the test. Each week, you can make your picks for both Valorant and League of Legends, or just stick to your favorite game. Predict the winners of our future matches and choose the players you think will have the biggest impact. Every correct pick earns you points. The more points you score, the higher you climb on that leaderboard. At the top, you'll find prizes waiting for you at the end of the split. It's easy to play, adds excitement to every match, and keeps you connected with the action all season long. So lock in your picks, track your progress, and see if you've got what it takes to top the Division 1 Pick'ems leaderboard. Think you know how today's matches will play out? Prove it with Division 1 pick'ems. Follow along and put your predictions to the test. Each week, you can make your picks for both Valorant and League of Legends, or just stick to your favorite game. Predict the winners of our future matches and choose the players you think will have the biggest impact. Every correct pick earns you points. The more points you score, the higher you climb on that leaderboard. At the top, you'll find prizes waiting for you at the end of the split. It's easy to play, adds excitement to every match, and keeps you connected with the action all season long. So lock in your picks, track your progress, and see if you've got what it takes to top the Division 1 Pick'ems leaderboard. Think you know how today's matches will play out? Prove it with Division 1 pick'ems. Follow along and put your predictions to the test. Each week, you can make your picks for both Valorant and League of Legends, or just stick to your favorite game. Predict the winners of our future matches and choose the players you think will have the biggest impact. Every correct pick earns you points. The more points you score, the higher you climb on that leaderboard. At the top, you'll find prizes waiting for you at the end of the split. It's easy to play, adds excitement to every match, and keeps you connected with the action all season long. So lock in your picks, track your progress, and see if you've got what it takes to top the Division 1 Pick'ems leaderboard. Think you know how today's matches will play out? Prove it with Division 1 pick'ems. Follow along and put your predictions to the test. Each week, you can make your picks for both Valorant and League of Legends, or just stick to your favorite game. Predict the winners of our future matches and choose the players you think will have the biggest impact. Every correct pick earns you points. The more points you score, the higher you climb on that leaderboard. At the top, you'll find prizes waiting for you at the end of the split. It's easy to play, adds excitement to every match, and keeps you connected with the action all season long. So lock in your picks, track your progress, and see if you've got what it takes to top the Division 1 Pick'ems leaderboard. Think you know how today's matches will play out? Prove it with Division 1 pick'ems. Follow along and put your predictions to the test. Each week, you can make your picks for both Valorant and League of Legends, or just stick to your favorite game. Predict the winners of our future matches and choose the players you think will have the biggest impact. Every correct pick earns you points. The more points you score, the higher you climb on that leaderboard. At the top, you'll find prizes waiting for you at the end of the split. It's easy to play, adds excitement to every match, and keeps you connected with the action all season long. So lock in your picks, track your progress, and see if you've got what it takes to top the Division 1 Pick'ems leaderboard. Think you know how today's matches will play out? Prove it with Division 1 pick'ems. Follow along and put your predictions to the test. Each week, you can make your picks for both Valorant and League of Legends, or just stick to your favorite game. Predict the winners.
Welcome back, everybody, to Division 1, where Stony Brook move over to blue side, down 0-1, up against Winthrop, looking to try to cement themselves a spot to compete for top 2 in the Division 1 regular season. So far, not off to the greatest of starts, Alk, but that early game did show some promise.
That's about it. That's the only part that actually showed any kind of promise, because we got into the mid-game, and Winthrop were bleeding them dry for gold and a lot of objectives as the game went forward. So hopefully on blue side they can do a little bit more. Last game we did see that Stony put forward 3 mid-lane bans versus Sword, and turned out it wasn't enough, especially with the little Blanc coming out from Winthrop's mid laner. So what else are we going to see? There's now going to be an adaptation. We're going to see Rumble banned. I wonder if they're going to try to prioritize some comfort here for Dancing with the BL.
That is going to be the question. As the rise of Rumble bans, like you said, there goes the Gwen as well, to try to disrupt some of these top lane pools. The rise is going to be directed over towards Sword as well, one of his more comfortable champions over the course of his League of Legends career. So they do look to continue to try to cement Vin a safer matchup. And all in all, I do think that, the LeBlanc versus Akali was not the be-all, end-all of that matchup. And had the rest of the game gone a little bit differently, I think you could have found angles on Vin's Akali to find some value. So we'll find out what Sword's choice is going to be coming into this second game. But he just doesn't have as many bans directed at him this time. Orianna's still up. I wonder if that's just going to be the first pick for SBU. Some of the better duos with it no longer available, but you can still build something around the Orianna.
I mean, Orianna Xin Zhao still is very powerful as a potential here. Yeah. I know, folks at home, we don't have the Fearless bans, but if you don't see it, then it obviously was it must have been played in game number 1. That's the logic we're going to go with.
Yeah,
Jace here. Interesting. I wonder if this is going to be a solo lane Jace for Sword. Expect that it could be here for Denethor, but I don't think you really want to play Jace into Yorick, so I think they're going to try and leverage the flex here, and they also get Yunara for mobility.
Yeah, I mean, I think they're just going to maintain an active flex here, waiting until the second round, right? If they don't take Yorick here, then you could ban the Yorick and give it to Denethor. Otherwise, keep it alive as a flex. There goes the Yorick coming through for It's with the BL, who should be plenty happy with the matchup, assuming it is going to be Jace, but does leave yourself open to counterpick, right? You go for something like the Cho'Gath that is very, very fun to play up against the Yorick. Really gets to turn what is normally a miserable matchup around. Caitlyn into the Yunara, looking for an aggressive laning phase here. And now the question going to sit with Winthrop for what kind of duos you want to ban away. They just snap up the Lulu to go along with the Yunara, and now which of the binding champions do you want to remove? Nico already banned away. Morgana Lux, could it be that simple?
Maybe. We've also seen that Caitlyn has done very well with more of the traditional kind of marks or engage supports. So it's all about if they can actually play. Maybe this just turns into like a Caitlyn Bard angle, because I don't really think you want to play engage into Lulu. This is actually one of the more stronger pairings we've seen with Yunara. She seems like she works really well with Enchantresses and giving mobility kind of keys to the kingdom here. Winthrop are notoriously, though, a little less tanky here in this game. I don't think if Stony Brook could actually survive as they go forward in the game, maybe there's potential for them to be able to play here. I am worried about what their jungler is going to look like throughout for both of these teams now that Xin Zhao is also taken off the table.
And Pantheon going to join that Xin Zhao as well. So jungle pool very, very pinched, especially with the Wukong also missing from that previous game. Now we're going to find out what the selections are going to be. Vi still up, although a little bit less popular on current patch than it has been previously. They're going to still keep the flex alive. I mean, this could be Aurora for Denethor to face off against the Yorick, perhaps slightly better of a matchup than the Jace, and then putting the Jace up against the Orianna. I mean, they could flex it either way that they choose. Oh,
Keaton! Oh. We're cooking. Didn't you have a stat about Ultimate Fearless for Keaton?
Yes, he broke it instantly because he picked Nautilus the second time. But
damn.
So, oops.
Damn.
But up until today's game, Keaton had not played a single champion more than once throughout the entire event. The Nautilus, the first one for him to take a second time. But there's that Vi that we mentioned earlier, strong pairing along with the Orianna and some hard engage for a team that is otherwise lacking in that department, as here comes Zyra for Rapid.
Okay. I think Zyra's interesting, but this Winthrop comp is fully, we're going to outplay you. We're going to have better control of space. We're going to have abilities that kind of stop or mitigate your ability to walk forward and use the range of a champion like Orianna and Caitlyn. I'm a little worried here, Gordo, because if we can actually have an even mid-game, I think that for Stony Brook, this Zilean can be a huge problem, especially with Zyra plants giving him extra things to latch on with his bombs. I think also Vin with this Orianna has a really strong case to potentially be a lot stronger in this game. It is going to be that Aurora top going over to Denethor. I was going to say Aurora versus Orianna, at least in Tier 1, is one of Aurora's weakest matchups. So I think this is going to be a game where hopefully we could see Stony Brook actually come properly to team fights.
Yeah, they're also the only ones who really have access to some hard engage to get these fights started, right, in the form of this Vi. And like you said, it's going to have to come down to Winthrop controlling space, getting to objectives first, and being able to set up. Whether they're able to do that or not, Stony Brook, if they're able to disrupt it, could get themselves a really great opportunity here as we do get into game number 2. Stony Brook on the blue side, Winthrop on the red. Stony Brook playing to take us to game number 3.
Winthrop Eagles, this draft almost feels like the League of Legends in-game equivalent to like a stiff arm. The entire game, we're just going to keep you at arm's length. You're not allowed to move forward. There's going to be a polymorph. There's going to be a Stranglethorns. And hopefully we can kind of prevent a Vi. But that's really tough when she has a cease and desist. It turns out being unstoppable means you're not going to be able to keep her away. Whether or not she survives or not is actually going to be a little bit more interesting. And for Vin, what Orianna build are we going to get? Because I think there's an argument that in this game you might want to opt for Rod of Ages because you just want that raw HP. But I then think you just don't have enough damage. But maybe your Caitlyn gets you over the hump there.
Yeah, that's the question. I mean, you definitely are going to have a little bit of rough of a level 1 trade here, and you're going to have a rough first couple of levels, period, with the trading potential that Jace does bring to the table. And yeah, with those last changes to Orianna, some of those build options did get moved around a little bit. Your wave clear definitely suffers if you go for, you know, those previously optimized builds. Generally do just kind of max Q all the time now, I think, in the vast majority of situations. Do think that would have likely been the choice of the Jace regardless, but worth pointing out. And now Sword, with that level 1 trade, already going to start taking advantage in the mid lane and just trying to keep Vin on the back foot.
Only 35 is getting poked out, but they have control of this bush on the bottom side. It's just not fair for the mid lane matchup. Jace gets to start off with 2 abilities. Technically 3 if you count using your ult as 1. So Vin only gets 1.
Some attack modifier.
He's going to hit level 2 soon. But this bottom lane, this is the strong part about Yunara is if you get into a longer lane, if you can kind of get some time alone with an AD carry, or even, again, still have this Enchantress next to you, this 2v2 actually becomes very, very dangerous, and Yunara can kind of be a duelist from the marksman position. She's very similar to, like, I think Release Kaisa is more along those lines, or a champion like Vayne from years past.
Yeah, for sure. So going to be a little bit of a quieter laning phase from SBU, as they do find themselves shoved in both top and mid and bot. So they're going to have to rely on Tempest to be able to come and try to turn around some of these early laning states, but far too early to discuss this, as even the Scuttle Crabs haven't spawned yet. Rapid already moving in, trying to spot out where Tempest is, and perhaps even steal away some little bits of gold, if not, at the very least, force them off of the Scuttle Crab. A little too late to find them on Krugs, but Scuttle Crab ripe for the taping, and they now see that Tempest is crossing over to topside.
Oh, top lane! Desi the BL just got solo killed. Alright, jungle diff. I was going to say, I don't think that Tempest saw the plants go down versus Rapid on the Krugs there. No mana for either of our mid laners.
You know, Sword out of mana, but so is Vin, like you said. Rapid arrives to the play, gets Vin very, very low, but doesn't have that last little bit of damage to pump on out. Instead, going to have to settle for harassing Keetong underneath the turret. Pushing around on the top side is Tempest, but without follow-up, won't be able to make too much happen in and around this mid lane. Teleports channeled by both mid laners to be able to get back into the action. Ooh, and this is going to be another rough trade for Vin. Sword waiting for him. Going to tunk him down to about half HP and continue the lane where they left
behind
off.
though.
Looking at
does
Tempest,
Tempest
trying to
flash?
come in. Nice flash, Vault Breaker. Sword flashes back away, but Keetong is here as well. Sword outnumbered and outgunned will go down. It is a 1-for-1 scoreboard.
Wasn't as, contentious as maybe I thought. There was still that flash from Tempest that basically makes that play happen. But Keetong, I think, has such an important champion here in this game. The slow versus basically none of these tanks is going to make or break a lot of these fights. Thankfully, Sword does have Phase Rush, so as long as he can get that down, then you can kind of escape the 99% slow that we'll be expecting later on. But it also changes some of the flavor of this game because Keetong, as a support, is not going to have as much access to experience as some of his counterparts.
Oh, Denethor is stuck. All right, is going to be able to jump his way back over. And I think Dancing with the BL likely to fall down as a result. He's kind of stuck in this long lane, trying to run away from the Aurora, and she will stay on top of him. Denethor with a second solo kill. Sword in between mid lane turrets, and with nowhere to go, will go down for a second time.
Are we watching live League of Legends draft protest coming on through from Winthrop, from their mid laner? Maybe Sword just didn't want to play Jace. I don't know. Kind of a tough spot to be in, especially with Vin getting the wave. Only 35 flashing over a Raptor wall. Okay, I don't know what the hell's happening anymore, Gordo. There are things happening on this screen that I don't think should be replicated by the folks at home.
Oh, I would definitely say that frequently on this stream if I had to give that sort of disclaimer. But for now, I certainly do agree with you in this particular instance. It's an aggressive laning phase out of Winthrop. Like you said, they are looking to outplay with this draft, but see if they're going to be able to do it in 2 out of 3 lanes, because mid lane's certainly not going their way. Keetong getting chased down by Mobility, though, and Mobility ready to cash out on that potential. And here comes Rapid coming in on the bottom side, looking to get onto Chubby Pig. Barrier going to be able to keep him alive. The return damage is just not enough for Stony Brook to get too much of anything, so it's going to be a nicely set up push here for mobility only 35 and Rapid, and no response cross map.
This seems a little bit weird. This is going to be Keatong using his teleport timer, so he's going to pick up this wave. Again, we talked about experience being important in general, but especially for a champion like Zilean, where a lot of your power budget is put into having a massive revive ultimate. It's going to turn into Dragon here for the Winthrop Eagles. And also, I wanted to note with this Zyra, making sure that she gets ahead, that she's able to get farmed, I think an important part to this game. So Winthrop going for a draft that feels like they need a lot of resources in a lot of their roles. Like, you want a 3-item Yunara, you want to make sure that Jace is ahead, Aurora's already doing well for herself, and Zyra's a champion that does very well with gold. So seeing how and where we see allocation of resources is going to be, I think, interesting for the Eagles.
Should certainly be interesting. And their options are kind of getting weirdly shaped by the way that these lanes are playing out, right? I think you could definitely imagine a world where the Jace is ahead and is kind of expanding a lead from mid out, but that opportunity kind of a little limited now with how these first couple of trades have gone, and the fact that Vin is not really out of contention. He's down a little bit of CS. He called this out as kind of a tendency, especially up against some of these tougher mid lane opponents, but certainly not in any kind of position where he's not going to be able to be a participant later into the game. Should be able to hit his first legendary item relatively on time, but
There's
mobility looking to chase Chubby Pig down. Flash already blown, and I don't even think that's going to be enough. Mobility just needs one more skill, finds the laser, and down goes Chubby Pig. Meanwhile, Sword getting engaged on in mid lane. Should be able to walk this one out. Nice double bomb from Keatong, but without a follow-up, it is only a flashy move, not anything impactful.
So while that was happening, Vin died mid. So legendary caster curse from yourself here, Gordo. Great job from us here at the booth. And
Anytime.
Now, Winthrop, they get 2 kills. They get, hopefully, a turret plate in this bottom lane for Yunara. And now 3 grubs. I am very worried. And Denethor gets another solo kill. So, this battle for second is looking like very clearly Winthrop are definitely the better program than their Seawolf counterparts.
Certainly coming out with the better performance over the course of this series. Nice dodge there from Vin. Shockwave doesn't connect onto Rapid, only onto Sword, and even then it's not going to stop Sword from transforming, firing off a blast, and taking him down. Sword gets his first of the game there, and Stony Brook now having to contend with more and more gold getting funneled into all 4 carries from the side of Winthrop.
This is just unfair, I think, from my perspective, because Jace had so much more airtime during the hit animated show Arcane, and are we past the statute of limitations on spoilers?
Surely.
Okay. Orianna was only shown, like, maybe twice in the entire series. So maybe for an entire, like, minute and a half if we're being generous. So,
arguably not even all, not at all. Arguably just the human version that this champion's based on, right? If we're really going to get deep into the lore.
I wish we got the Arcane skin for her, because the design that they had for her in that show is beautiful.
Only 35, looking around, but not quite able to get the slows down. Rapid waiting around on the other side, though.
Good.
That is an attempted look on towards Sword. They're staying hidden so that they can find a potential pick here. Mobility available on the side. Only 35, deep behind enemy lines, and nobody actually pulling the triggers here. They've definitely lost track of 1 or 2 members from the Stony Brook side, but Winthrop not able to really capitalize. Now Rapid going to show, as does Only 35, to try to compete onto this Gromp. Keatong there to try to fend them away. Almost gets the stun under Rapid. That could have been something. They're going to try to take the play anyway. In goes Cease and Desist out of Tempest. Going to start to beat down onto Rapid. The shielding from Lulu will not be enough. Shut down Gold going the way of Tempest. Shockwave is flashed away from. Rez is down onto Tempest, but maybe a little bit too early. Keatong not actually going to get the value off of that one. Already Chrono Shift has come and gone. Mobility trying to kite this one out. Gets his first of the fight. Stun comes through from Keatong. Can Vin find the damage? Absolutely not. Still stuck on the edge on the Eons Crystal. Not going to have enough damage from that to be able to finish off Mobility. and there will be a back away here. It is a 1-for-1 exchange.
Mobility, Liz picks up a kill there, and look at what the solo lanes of Winthrop are getting in trade. It's some plates in the mid lane. Aurora almost finds a kill onto Chubby Pig again, so he's getting plates, he's getting paid, and Winthrop, it was crouching Yordle leaping Vi that ends up kind of making a big difference. 9-3
35.
kill score.
Oh, who's ganking who? Only 35 gets locked inside the procession with a bunch of ghouls. Looks like he's going to drop on down, but Sword arrives to play in time. Catalyst of Eons. That's the name of that item, by the way. I haven't had to say that name in a long time.
You were just getting confused with the jungler that exists over in the Cyto Combines. I get it. You know,
True.
it happens. But here you go. Pretty strong start here for Winthrop. They've solo killed their lanes multiple times. I mean, that's pretty disgusting. And now let's see if Stony Brook can even contest for the Dragon. They have priority for the time being. They've got vision, but I haven't really seen them kind of rock up to these objectives in time. It has been Winthrop who have been a lot better.
Yeah, and Winthrop now at a significant gold lead as well. Gives them a lot more kind of flexibility to play with here, as you can see on some of these plays where Rapid's the one getting engaged on. They don't have the setup first, but you know, just kiting back with mobility. A sufficient game plan with how much gold that they have for themselves. Only 35. Very possibly going to find himself in a similar position here, deep behind enemy lines, but Stony Brook, they just aren't set up. They aren't going to be able to show up to this Dragon. It will be a 2-0 Dragon lead to Winthrop, and at this point, I'm frankly questioning if they're just going to end up with a free kill for it. As look at how deeply pushed in Chubby Pig is, with members coming in to gank from the jungle. Denethor taking a few extra turret shots here, but mobility and only 35. They're looking to make up the difference. They start on off this dive. Chrono Shift comes in from Ketong, going to make this a little bit tougher. They're going to have to get the kill twice. Will settle for the tower instead. Only 35 uses the growth on himself. Mobility stepping up, looking for the execution. Gets it onto Chubby Pig. Ketong pushed away, and Winthrop will come up, make it 2 kills cross map because Tempest was found and blown up in mid lane.
So they got a turret, bot lane, they got 2 kills across multiple lanes, and they got the Dragon. Like, I don't know what Stony Brook are supposed to do in this situation when every lane is losing. This was supposed to be a draft that gives us options to play. It was blind Jace into Orianna. It's Caitlyn versus Yunara. This is supposed to be a setup that for Stony Brook, they are allowed to play early, but I think some of the draft adaptations we saw from Winthrop here by swapping the Aurora into top lane, and then just the level of play that we are seeing, kind of sucks here for Stony Brook as Winthrop continue to dominate them in, I think, even more strong fashion than we saw in game number 1.
Yeah, definitely. There was maybe a minute there where the Zillion was able to exert some pressure onto the Lulu, but as soon as level 2 was ticked by only 35 in mobility, felt like it was all downhill from there for the Caitlyn comp, and the rest of the lanes have not been doing much better. Tough for the Yorick in this Aurora matchup. Tough for everybody in the Aurora matchup, frankly. That champion very, very strong in the early game,
Yeah.
and dancing with the BL, not able to find the better side of it this time around. About to take a brawl with Sword, and looks like the chase might not have gone that much better, at least not when the gold lead is this substantial. Kill credit goes over to Rapid. Collapse coming through onto Tempest. He will be able to get underneath tower as the cute little squirrel, but it is Winthrop that continues to run the map.
We're going to finally look to take this one down. Mobility walks forward. Oh, Chubby Pig's alive. Doesn't end up getting a kill trade onto him, but this is the Caitlyn, the part of the Caitlyn game that's not fun. Crawling through 5.
Mobility is completely bailing on Mr. Only 35 here. He wants that kill onto his lane counterpart in Chubby Pig. Only 35 managed to survive for long enough now. Mobility with an opportunity to just unleash onto each champion on his screen. Gets Tempest. Ketong is at a sliver. Once again, Chrono Shift will not be procced, so he's going to be stuck at that health total. And Winthrop continue to take everything.
Just absolutely dominating them here. Winthrop, this is exactly the Winthrop Eagles we wanted to see coming into this matchup. They've had very dominant starts here to the tournament, only losing to Maryville at the very beginning of week number 1, our first matchup of Division 1 here in the fall. But everything else has been almost perfect from them. They had a tough series versus St. Clair, but that's about as close as it has been. It has been all 2-0s aside from that for them, and kind of taking care of business. I think finally starting to put a difference, a bit of a gap in between our top 2 programs, our top 3 programs potentially here. And Stony Brook just not really able to play ball.
Yeah, I do think there will be still an interesting conversation to be rehashed next week about how Stony Brook look against St. Clair. That is a team that I think has a few more obvious gaps compared to the Winthrops and the Maryvilles of the world. Did drop to both of those teams. But the Stony Brook versus Winthrop argument appears to be being quite settled in real time here by Winthrop as they find Dancing with the BL once again and will balloon their gold lead to 11K.
That's just going to be Herald, and then if they really want to, they've got Dragon that they can play for and put themselves on Soul Point at 18.5 minutes here. Just strong showings all around here for the Eagles. I mean, you gave Mobility a hyper carry, 80 carry. That is a recipe for disaster. Sword's just going to get a solo down onto Chubby Pig. And with 3 grubs, that might just be inhibitor turret falling. Nothing for Stony Brook to be able to look for, especially versus an Aurora. They are now just trying to death squad between between this Orianna, Vi, and this Zillion.
Yeah, I think Sword heard your comment about protesting the draft and says, me, never. He is deathless since then and starting to really dominate on this Jace. Just needed to feel out his way a little bit. Hasn't played the champion in a while. Usually this is more Denethor territory. But making good use of the flex towards the later 2/3 of this game.
Okay. This is the time. We got to reach back for the pick'ems now. So we already finished with Denethor. He's over. Chubby Pig is for sure over, if not just from game number 1. Mobility hasn't died, and he is my. I have him under 3.5 deaths. He had 2 in the first game. I need him to come up clutch because, say that Ketong's just gonna die.
He is.
Currently, the only person beating me in pick'ems on League of Legends is LeBron James. Still, I need him to lose. I need these points desperately.
It would be nice if we could see what LeBron James had picked while he was still, after we've already locked in, of course, just so that we could find out exactly how the standings are going to be impacted. There's another Dancing with the BL death. Sword TP's away in time. Will not get interrupted by Vin here, and it's just Vin and Shelly left here staring at each other awkwardly on the elevator. Uh-oh, TP coming in. The elevator might crash. Vin trying to get away.
I wish this is one of the few times I would have been okay with like teleport having a no cooldown, since sort of TP's out and then TP's back in for the play. All right, Denethor's gonna drive the bus into the next one. Maybe he actually just goes for
he's
Vin.
actually gonna
no!
drive the bus into Vin. Looking to rejoin the fight. Denethor actually on the deepest of flanks, coming in. Between Worlds is still on cooldown, by the way, so this isn't even the Aurora flank you might expect it to be. But all the same, Winthrop clean up the fight, no problem. Tempest and Chubby Pig, the ones who fall. Mobility, I don't think, is getting those extra deaths for you all, because Winthrop are just on the march into the base. Might be another sub-21-minute win here if they are able to find themselves a fight. They do decide to back away. It's going to be at least another minute or so.
Well, Baron spawns in 4, and 30 seconds before that is going to be potentially the soul here for Winthrop. Whether or not we make it to that point is entirely in the Eagles' hands here. And Otacon also, I think, a very dangerous objective to play for when you're walking into a champion like Zyra. So, Rapid, I gotta say, I still am on the fence about how I feel about the new jungler for Winthrop. I was very adamant on Tiltproof this week that Rapid feels like he is not a full complete player in terms of the jungle role, but kind of does a lot of the dirty work. He's the janitor for this team. He mostly plays engage. So getting a good Zyra game in here, I think interesting as we get ready to go into playoffs. Kill there for Sword, the Otacon as well. Winthrop really just put in their P's and Q's in this game.
Yeah, a nice little display of some alternate play styles from Winthrop over the course of this series, because I think you'd say the same thing about Sword as well, right? Who's been mostly jamming Ryze, Orianna, Hui, Victor this whole season long. Gets a nice little Jace plus LeBlanc series into his belt, just to demonstrate that there are more champions to be feared from this player in this full Fearless format. And going to certainly be something to keep in mind as you are potential competitors facing off against Winthrop. Here's the engage from Tempest. This is going to be the full send onto Mobility. Their last chance to make a stand in game number 2. Denethor flashes to the other side of the Shockwave, will still be found, but manages to stay alive regardless. Sword might be the one to fall down if they're going to find themselves a single kill, but absolutely not. Mobility puts a stop to that nonsense. And in a 30-kill game, 27 of them belong to Winthrop. 2-0 to Winthrop University.
Mobility across 2 games, 19-2. 19-2 and 15. Yikes. Good job coming on through for Winthrop. The Eagles proving themselves. They'll now move themselves up to 5-1, 11-3 in game score. And, I mean, we talked about it for Stony Brook's perspective. Their matchups this week are coming into the last 2 weekends of the regular season is going to be Winthrop tonight and St. Clair. St. Clair have been known for their really strong early games, so you need to see a little bit more out of the Seawolves if they want to keep in contention, because now it's basically a fight for third. Can they even hold on to that third place spot, or are they going to slip into that fourth position that we are imagining this team should be at?
Yeah, that is going to be the question. So really going to be a curious game to keep an eye on next week as the Seawolves do take on St. Clair as that battle for third place, right? I think a lot of a case to be made that Winthrop and Maryville, the very deserving top 2 seeds, may be a level above. You know, St. Clair came in with some roster changes this year, weren't 100% certain how they would look, and they're still settling in somewhat, but not going to be able to come up with wins up against Maryville or Winthrop. We'll see if they find that expected win up against Stony Brook, or if it might be a little bit more competitive for that third spot coming into playoffs than was originally predicted.
Kind of a matchup that I think went to expectation. We talked about on Tilt Proof this week. I'm giving a lot of spoilers if you haven't, because the episode's not quite out yet. So, a lot of teases. Make sure if you guys want to check that out, it's on our YouTube channel. That if Winthrop don't win this series 2-1, probably is, or 2-0, probably a disappointment, because this is a team that we have a lot of expectations for. We hold the bar very high for this program, for League of Legends especially. So glad to see that they took it home in very convincing fashion tonight.
Yeah, certainly a big boon to the Winthrop side if you were getting a little concerned after they drop a game to St. Clair last week. Certainly looking very, very dominant here up against Stony Brook in their matchup now, and that's going to do it for them for this week. So they're going to be sitting pretty confident in their top 2 status coming into their final week of competition. But we do have another series here tonight. It's going to be West Virginia taking on the Ohio State University in very short order. We're going to throw it to a quick break before we get started with that series. Actually, probably going to be a little bit of an extended break. I think
an interview. We have to do an interview, too.
Interview.
Soon.
Of course we've got an interview. Yes. Well done, Alk. Thank you for covering for me there as I autopilot my way through our roundup of the series. We will have ourselves an interview coming up here before too long. But stay tuned. We'll be right back with that interview.
Think you know how today's matches will play out? Prove it with Division 1 pick'ems. Follow along and put your predictions to the test. Each week, you can make your picks for both Valorant and League of Legends, or just stick to your favorite game. Predict the winners of our future matches and choose the players you think will have the biggest impact. Every correct pick earns you points. The more points you score, the higher you climb on that leaderboard. At the top, you'll find prizes waiting for you at the end of the split. It's easy to play, adds excitement to every match, and keeps you connected with the action all season long. So lock in your picks, track your progress, and see if you've got what it takes to top the Division 1 Pick'ems leaderboard. Think you know how today's matches will play out? Prove it with Division 1 pick'ems. Follow along and put your predictions to the test. Each week, you can make your picks for both Valorant and League of Legends, or just stick to your favorite game. Predict the winners of our future matches and choose the players you think will have the biggest impact. Every correct pick earns you points. The more points you score, the higher you climb on that leaderboard. At the top, you'll find prizes waiting for you at the end of the split. It's easy to play, adds excitement to every match, and keeps you connected with the action all season long. So lock in your picks, track your progress, and see if you've got what it takes to top the Division 1 Pick'ems leaderboard. Think you know how today's matches will play out? Prove it with Division 1 pick'ems. Follow along and put your predictions to the test. Each week, you can make your picks for both Valorant and League of Legends, or just stick to your favorite game. Predict the winners of our future matches and choose the players you think will have the biggest impact. Every correct pick earns you points. The more points you score, the higher you climb on that leaderboard. At the top, you'll find prizes waiting for you at the end of the split. It's easy to play, adds excitement to every match, and keeps you connected with the action all season long. So lock in your picks, track your progress, and see if you've got what it takes to top the Division 1 Pick'ems leaderboard.
Welcome back, everybody, to today's broadcast of Division 1, where we are joined by the victorious Only 35. Congratulations on the win. I got to start off by asking Only 35, if you're here on the interview, who's going to be standing behind you while we wait for everybody else?
I saw Tails.
Yeah. I mean, they're just walking around, so.
All right, we'll count Tails. Tails counts.
Well, Only 35, another interview, another victorious week. There's Mobility. Glad to see the boys. You're coming up on the end of the regular season. You guys being now 5-1 how's been the term here in fall? How are you guys holding up?
I think I like the schedule because the games are best of 3 now. You never know if you are a better team, if it's best of 1, but with the best of 3 formatation, I really enjoyed the regular season and cannot wait for the playoffs already.
Fair.
Good stuff. Yeah, so you come on in. Were you guys feeling a little heat from Stony Brook, given how well they've been performing thus far? You know, they come in here at the same record as you guys at 4-1, obviously having not yet played you and having not yet played St. Clair. You start to feel like, hey, maybe Keatong's got a little bit of groove back, and you might have some difficulty playing up against these guys?
Okay, I mean, we had to ban him out, you know. He's the strongest player in the Stony Brook, so I respect him a lot, yeah.
Fair play. Okay, do you still think, as a player in this league, that our hierarchy here in the broadcast should still be like Maryville and then like you and St. Clair and then everybody else? Because we're having a hard time because I think the data's a little bit obfuscated because we have a lot of random games that happen. Obviously, you guys did whatever you wanted to do versus Boise State in that one
Yeah.
game. Maryville also taking a 13-minute game versus them. So, like, do you think that that's still fair, or you think that there's like a changing of the guard coming soon?
I mean, I think playing regularly would be better because even though this is League of Legends, you can never know the strengths of champions as much as the main role players. So, yeah, it's not a great answer by me, but yes, sir.
It's okay. You could say the
All
question
right.
was terrible too. I'm
No,
okay
no,
with
no, no,
that.
no, no, no. Oh, hey, did you guys like my Snoopy jump?
Oh!
Getting roasted.
You're always swagged out. Last time we had you, you had the shades. Now you've got
Thank
the Snoopy pants. I mess with it.
We love a
Thanks,
little
sir.
business on top, party on bottom going on the
Yeah.
League of Legends stream here. That's good stuff. Thank you very much. Only 35. Well, we gotta close it out there. Any last words from you before we?
Uh,
Hey, how are you gonna follow? How are we gonna follow that up, Falk? I don't know. If you got more in the tank, feel free to feed him through.
The only thing I want to ask only 35 is going into playoffs. Let's just imagine you guys are going to finish top 2. You'll have a bye. What happens in that best of 5 at the end of the season? Are you guys there in the finals? Who do you think you're going to be facing up against? Let call your shot right now. Who are the last 2 teams standing in Div 1?
I think it's 88% is gonna be Merval,
Mhm.
but I'm gonna give them bad news a little bit because right now we are hitting the gym with the boys and we are
Nice.
getting ready for the Merville in the finals. It's gonna be a fast trio. Just get ready.
There we go.
Yeah,
All right, all right. I
I'm
love to
just a
hear
chill
it.
man.
Now we go last word to you, only 35. Anything you want to shout out? Anything you want to say? Although I think you said the most important stuff already. But
Yeah,
any other shout outs before we close out on your segment of the stream?
I would like to shout out, of course, biggest intro fan, aka Oscar. Thank you for
Good.
your support, sir. Yeah.
So shout outs to Pilskar. Saw him in the chat during today's
Yeah.
series. As always, love to hear from him. Thank you very much to Only 35 for joining us for this quick little post-match interview. Love to hear from the Winthrop players always, and everybody who's made a cameo appearance in his background as well. As I called out earlier, we do have another series coming on up today between the West Virginia Mountaineers and the Ohio State Buckeyes. So stay tuned. We will be back before long with that second series. Probably going to be around 45-ish minutes.
Think you know how today's matches will play out? Prove it with Division 1 pick'ems. Follow along and put your predictions to the test. Each week, you can make your picks for both Valorant and League of Legends, or just stick to your favorite game. Predict the winners of our future matches and choose the players you think will have the biggest impact. Every correct pick earns you points. The more points you score, the higher you climb on that leaderboard. At the top, you'll find prizes waiting for you at the end of the split. It's easy to play, adds excitement to every match, and keeps you connected with the action all season long. So lock in your picks, track your progress, and see if you've got what it takes to top the Division 1 Pick'ems leaderboard. Think you know how today's matches will play out? Prove it with Division 1 pick'ems. Follow along and put your predictions to the test. Each week, you can make your picks for both Valorant and League of Legends, or just stick to your favorite game. Predict the winners of our future matches and choose the players you think will have the biggest impact. Every correct pick earns you points. The more points you score, the higher you climb on that leaderboard. At the top, you'll find prizes waiting for you at the end of the split. It's easy to play, adds excitement to every match, and keeps you connected with the action all season long. So lock in your picks, track your progress, and see if you've got what it takes to top the Division 1 Pick'ems leaderboard. Think you know how today's matches will play out? Prove it with Division 1 pick'ems. Follow along and put your predictions to the test. Each week, you can make your picks for both Valorant and League of Legends, or just stick to your favorite game. Predict the winners of our future matches and choose the players you think will have the biggest impact. Every correct pick earns you points. The more points you score, the higher you climb on that leaderboard. At the top, you'll find prizes waiting for you at the end of the split. It's easy to play, adds excitement to every match, and keeps you connected with the action all season long. So lock in your picks, track your progress, and see if you've got what it takes to top the Division 1 Pick'ems leaderboard. Think you know how today's matches will play out? Prove it with Division 1 pick'ems. Follow along and put your predictions to the test. Each week, you can make your picks for both Valorant and League of Legends, or just stick to your favorite game. Predict the winners of our future matches and choose the players you think will have the biggest impact. Every correct pick earns you points. The more points you score, the higher you climb on that leaderboard. At the top, you'll find prizes waiting for you at the end of the split. It's easy to play, adds excitement to every match, and keeps you connected with the action all season long. So lock in your picks, track your progress, and see if you've got what it takes to top the Division 1 Pick'ems leaderboard. Think you know how today's matches will play out? Prove it with Division 1 pick'ems. Follow along and put your predictions to the test. Each week, you can make your picks for both Valorant and League of Legends, or just stick to your favorite game. Predict the winners of our future matches and choose the players you think will have the biggest impact. Every correct pick earns you points. The more points you score, the higher you climb on that leaderboard. At the top, you'll find prizes waiting for you at the end of the split. It's easy to play, adds excitement to every match, and keeps you connected with the action all season long. So lock in your picks, track your progress, and see if you've got what it takes to top the Division 1 Pick'ems leaderboard. Think you know how today's matches will play out? Prove it with Division 1 pick'ems. Follow along and put your predictions to the test. Each week, you can make your picks for both Valorant and League of Legends, or just stick to your favorite game. Predict the winners of our future matches and choose the players you think will have the biggest impact. Every correct pick earns you points. The more points you score, the higher you climb on that leaderboard. At the top, you'll find prizes waiting for you at the end of the split. It's easy to play, adds excitement to every match, and keeps you connected with the action all season long. So lock in your picks, track your progress, and see if you've got what it takes to top the Division 1 Pick'ems leaderboard. Think you know how today's matches will play out? Prove it with Division 1 pick'ems. Follow along and put your predictions to the test. Each week, you can make your picks for both Valorant and League of Legends, or just stick to your favorite game. Predict the winners of our future matches and choose the players you think will have the biggest impact. Every correct pick earns you points. The more points you score, the higher you climb on that leaderboard. At the top, you'll find prizes waiting for you at the end of the split. It's easy to play, adds excitement to every match, and keeps you connected with the action all season long. So lock in your picks, track your progress, and see if you've got what it takes to top the Division 1 Pick'ems leaderboard. Think you know how today's matches will play out? Prove it with Division 1 pick'ems. Follow along and put your predictions to the test. Each week, you can make your picks for both Valorant and League of Legends, or just stick to your favorite game. Predict the winners of our future matches and choose the players you think will have the biggest impact. Every correct pick earns you points. The more points you score, the higher you climb on that leaderboard. At the top, you'll find prizes waiting for you at the end of the split. It's easy to play, adds excitement to every match, and keeps you connected with the action all season long. So lock in your picks, track your progress, and see if you've got what it takes to top the Division 1 Pick'ems leaderboard. Think you know how today's matches will play out? Prove it with Division 1 pick'ems. Follow along and put your predictions to the test. Each week, you can make your picks for both Valorant and League of Legends, or just stick to your favorite game. Predict the winners of our future matches and choose the players you think will have the biggest impact. Every correct pick earns you points. The more points you score, the higher you climb on that leaderboard. At the top, you'll find prizes waiting for you at the end of the split. It's easy to play, adds excitement to every match, and keeps you connected with the action all season long. So lock in your picks, track your progress, and see if you've got what it takes to top the Division 1 Pick'ems leaderboard. Think you know how today's matches will play out? Prove it with Division 1 pick'ems. Follow along and put your predictions to the test. Each week, you can make your picks for both Valorant and League of Legends, or just stick to your favorite game. Predict the winners of our future matches and choose the players you think will have the biggest impact. Every correct pick earns you points. The more points you score, the higher you climb on that leaderboard. At the top, you'll find prizes waiting for you at the end of the split. It's easy to play, adds excitement to every match, and keeps you connected with the action all season long. So lock in your picks, track your progress, and see if you've got what it takes to top the Division 1 Pick'ems leaderboard. Think you know how today's matches will play out? Prove it with Division 1 pick'ems. Follow along and put your predictions to the test. Each week, you can make your picks for both Valorant and League of Legends, or just stick to your favorite game. Predict the winners of our future matches and choose the players you think will have the biggest impact. Every correct pick earns you points. The more points you score, the higher you climb on that leaderboard. At the top, you'll find prizes waiting for you at the end of the split. It's easy to play, adds excitement to every match, and keeps you connected with the action all season long. So lock in your picks, track your progress, and see if you've got what it takes to top the Division 1 Pick'ems leaderboard. Think you know how today's matches will play out? Prove it with Division 1 pick'ems. Follow along and put your predictions to the test. Each week, you can make your picks for both Valorant and League of Legends, or just stick to your favorite game. Predict the winners of our future matches and choose the players you think will have the biggest impact. Every correct pick earns you points. The more points you score, the higher you climb on that leaderboard. At the top, you'll find prizes waiting for you at the end of the split. It's easy to play, adds excitement to every match, and keeps you connected with the action all season long. So lock in your picks, track your progress, and see if you've got what it takes to top the Division 1 Pick'ems leaderboard. Think you know how today's matches will play out? Prove it with Division 1 pick'ems. Follow along and put your predictions to the test. Each week, you can make your picks for both Valorant and League of Legends, or just stick to your favorite game. Predict the winners of our future matches and choose the players you think will have the biggest impact. Every correct pick earns you points. The more points you score, the higher you climb on that leaderboard. At the top, you'll find prizes waiting for you at the end of the split. It's easy to play, adds excitement to every match, and keeps you connected with the action all season long. So lock in your picks, track your progress, and see if you've got what it takes to top the Division 1 Pick'ems leaderboard. Think you know how today's matches will play out? Prove it with Division 1 pick'ems. Follow along and put your predictions to the test. Each week, you can make your picks for both Valorant and League of Legends, or just stick to your favorite game. Predict the winners of our future matches and choose the players you think will have the biggest impact. Every correct pick earns you points. The more points you score, the higher you climb on that leaderboard. At the top, you'll find prizes waiting for you at the end of the split. It's easy to play, adds excitement to every match, and keeps you connected with the action all season long. So lock in your picks, track your progress, and see if you've got what it takes to top the Division 1 Pick'ems leaderboard. Think you know how today's matches will play out? Prove it with Division 1 pick'ems. Follow along and put your predictions to the test. Each week, you can make your picks for both Valorant and League of Legends, or just stick to your favorite game. Predict the winners of our future matches and choose the players you think will have the biggest impact. Every correct pick earns you points. The more points you score, the higher you climb on that leaderboard. At the top, you'll find prizes waiting for you at the end of the split. It's easy to play, adds excitement to every match, and keeps you connected with the action all season long. So lock in your picks, track your progress, and see if you've got what it takes to top the Division 1 Pick'ems leaderboard. Think you know how today's matches will play out? Prove it with Division 1 pick'ems. Follow along and put your predictions to the test. Each week, you can make your picks for both Valorant and League of Legends, or just stick to your favorite game. Predict the winners of our future matches and choose the players you think will have the biggest impact. Every correct pick earns you points. The more points you score, the higher you climb on that leaderboard. At the top, you'll find prizes waiting for you at the end of the split. It's easy to play, adds excitement to every match, and keeps you connected with the action all season long. So lock in your picks, track your progress, and see if you've got what it takes to top the Division 1 Pick'ems leaderboard. Think you know how today's matches will play out? Prove it with Division 1 pick'ems. Follow along and put your predictions to the test. Each week, you can make your picks for both Valorant and League of Legends, or just stick to your favorite game. Predict the winners of our future matches and choose the players you think will have the biggest impact. Every correct pick earns you points. The more points you score, the higher you climb on that leaderboard. At the top, you'll find prizes waiting for you at the end of the split. It's easy to play, adds excitement to every match, and keeps you connected with the action all season long. So lock in your picks, track your progress, and see if you've got what it takes to top the Division 1 Pick'ems leaderboard. Think you know how today's matches will play out? Prove it with Division 1 pick'ems. Follow along and put your predictions to the test. Each week, you can make your picks for both Valorant and League of Legends, or just stick to your favorite game. Predict the winners of our future matches and choose the players you think will have the biggest impact. Every correct pick earns you points. The more points you score, the higher you climb on that leaderboard. At the top, you'll find prizes waiting for you at the end of the split. It's easy to play, adds excitement to every match, and keeps you connected with the action all season long. So lock in your picks, track your progress, and see if you've got what it takes to top the Division 1 Pick'ems leaderboard. Think you know how today's matches will play out? Prove it with Division 1 pick'ems. Follow along and put your predictions to the test. Each week, you can make your picks for both Valorant and League of Legends, or just stick to your favorite game. Predict the winners of our future matches and choose the players you think will have the biggest impact. Every correct pick earns you points. The more points you score, the higher you climb on that leaderboard. At the top, you'll find prizes waiting for you at the end of the split. It's easy to play, adds excitement to every match, and keeps you connected with the action all season long. So lock in your picks, track your progress, and see if you've got what it takes to top the Division 1 Pick'ems leaderboard. Think you know how today's matches will play out? Prove it with Division 1 pick'ems. Follow along and put your predictions to the test. Each week, you can make your picks for both Valorant and League of Legends, or just stick to your favorite game. Predict the winners of our future matches and choose the players you think will have the biggest impact. Every correct pick earns you points. The more points you score, the higher you climb on that leaderboard. At the top, you'll find prizes waiting for you at the end of the split. It's easy to play, adds excitement to every match, and keeps you connected with the action all season long. So lock in your picks, track your progress, and see if you've got what it takes to top the Division 1 Pick'ems leaderboard. Think you know how today's matches will play out? Prove it with Division 1 pick'ems. Follow along and put your predictions to the test. Each week, you can make your picks for both Valorant and League of Legends, or just stick to your favorite game. Predict the winners of our future matches and choose the players you think will have the biggest impact. Every correct pick earns you points. The more points you score, the higher you climb on that leaderboard. At the top, you'll find prizes waiting for you at the end of the split. It's easy to play, adds excitement to every match, and keeps you connected with the action all season long. So lock in your picks, track your progress, and see if you've got what it takes to top the Division 1 Pick'ems leaderboard. Think you know how today's matches will play out? Prove it with Division 1 pick'ems. Follow along and put your predictions to the test. Each week, you can make your picks for both Valorant and League of Legends, or just stick to your favorite game. Predict the winners of our future matches and choose the players you think will have the biggest impact. Every correct pick earns you points. The more points you score, the higher you climb on that leaderboard. At the top, you'll find prizes waiting for you at the end of the split. It's easy to play, adds excitement to every match, and keeps you connected with the action all season long. So lock in your picks, track your progress, and see if you've got what it takes to top the Division 1 Pick'ems leaderboard. Think you know how today's matches will play out? Prove it with Division 1 pick'ems. Follow along and put your predictions to the test. Each week, you can make your picks for both Valorant and League of Legends, or just stick to your favorite game. Predict the winners of our future matches and choose the players you think will have the biggest impact. Every correct pick earns you points. The more points you score, the higher you climb on that leaderboard. At the top, you'll find prizes waiting for you at the end of the split. It's easy to play, adds excitement to every match, and keeps you connected with the action all season long. So lock in your picks, track your progress, and see if you've got what it takes to top the Division 1 Pick'ems leaderboard. Think you know how today's matches will play out? Prove it with Division 1 pick'ems. Follow along and put your predictions to the test. Each week, you can make your picks for both Valorant and League of Legends, or just stick to your favorite game. Predict the winners of our future matches and choose the players you think will have the biggest impact. Every correct pick earns you points. The more points you score, the higher you climb on that leaderboard. At the top, you'll find prizes waiting for you at the end of the split. It's easy to play, adds excitement to every match, and keeps you connected with the action all season long. So lock in your picks, track your progress, and see if you've got what it takes to top the Division 1 Pick'ems leaderboard. Think you know how today's matches will play out? Prove it with Division 1 pick'ems. Follow along and put your predictions to the test. Each week, you can make your picks for both Valorant and League of Legends, or just stick to your favorite game. Predict the winners of our future matches and choose the players you think will have the biggest impact. Every correct pick earns you points. The more points you score, the higher you climb on that leaderboard. At the top, you'll find prizes waiting for you at the end of the split. It's easy to play, adds excitement to every match, and keeps you connected with the action all season long. So lock in your picks, track your progress, and see if you've got what it takes to top the Division 1 Pick'ems leaderboard. Think you know how today's matches will play out? Prove it with Division 1 pick'ems. Follow along and put your predictions to the test. Each week, you can make your picks for both Valorant and League of Legends, or just stick to your favorite game. Predict the winners of our future matches and choose the players you think will have the biggest impact. Every correct pick earns you points. The more points you score, the higher you climb on that leaderboard. At the top, you'll find prizes waiting for you at the end of the split. It's easy to play, adds excitement to every match, and keeps you connected with the action all season long. So lock in your picks, track your progress, and see if you've got what it takes to top the Division 1 Pick'ems leaderboard. Think you know how today's matches will play out? Prove it with Division 1 pick'ems. Follow along and put your predictions to the test. Each week, you can make your picks for both Valorant and League of Legends, or just stick to your favorite game. Predict the winners of our future matches and choose the players you think will have the biggest impact. Every correct pick earns you points. The more points you score, the higher you climb on that leaderboard. At the top, you'll find prizes waiting for you at the end of the split. It's easy to play, adds excitement to every match, and keeps you connected with the action all season long. So lock in your picks, track your progress, and see if you've got what it takes to top the Division 1 Pick'ems leaderboard. Think you know how today's matches will play out? Prove it with Division 1 pick'ems. Follow along and put your predictions to the test. Each week, you can make your picks for both Valorant and League of Legends, or just stick to your favorite game. Predict the winners of our future matches and choose the players you think will have the biggest impact. Every correct pick earns you points. The more points you score, the higher you climb on that leaderboard. At the top, you'll find prizes waiting for you at the end of the split. It's easy to play, adds excitement to every match, and keeps you connected with the action all season long. So lock in your picks, track your progress, and see if you've got what it takes to top the Division 1 Pick'ems leaderboard. Think you know how today's matches will play out? Prove it with Division 1 pick'ems. Follow along and put your predictions to the test. Each week, you can make your picks for both Valorant and League of Legends, or just stick to your favorite game. Predict the winners of our future matches and choose the players you think will have the biggest impact. Every correct pick earns you points. The more points you score, the higher you climb on that leaderboard. At the top, you'll find prizes waiting for you at the end of the split. It's easy to play, adds excitement to every match, and keeps you connected with the action all season long. So lock in your picks, track your progress, and see if you've got what it takes to top the Division 1 Pick'ems leaderboard. Think you know how today's matches will play out? Prove it with Division 1 pick'ems. Follow along and put your predictions to the test. Each week, you can make your picks for both Valorant and League of Legends, or just stick to your favorite game. Predict the winners of our future matches and choose the players you think will have the biggest impact. Every correct pick earns you points. The more points you score, the higher you climb on that leaderboard. At the top, you'll find prizes waiting for you at the end of the split. It's easy to play, adds excitement to every match, and keeps you connected with the action all season long. So lock in your picks, track your progress, and see if you've got what it takes to top the Division 1 Pick'ems leaderboard. Think you know how today's matches will play out? Prove it with Division 1 pick'ems. Follow along and put your predictions to the test. Each week, you can make your picks for both Valorant and League of Legends, or just stick to your favorite game. Predict the winners of our future matches and choose the players you think will have the biggest impact. Every correct pick earns you points. The more points you score, the higher you climb on that leaderboard. At the top, you'll find prizes waiting for you at the end of the split. It's easy to play, adds excitement to every match, and keeps you connected with the action all season long. So lock in your picks, track your progress, and see if you've got what it takes to top the Division 1 Pick'ems leaderboard.
Welcome back, everybody, to tonight's broadcast of Division One League of Legends, where West Virginia and the Ohio State University are about to face off in another best-of-3 series with some major standings implications here. I'm still Gordo. This is still Ulk Battery, and a matchup that I think is going to be, on paper, favoring Ohio State, but still very curious to see what West Virginia is going to look like, especially as they start to get their intending starting roster together. It does sound like Cheese Wedge going to be coming in at support while they've had to play most of the season with Ensues.
That, and we do have kind of a settling of our solo lanes. Inox seems like he's going to be our top laner for the Mountaineers, and Aelios the mid laner. So what kind of strategies are West Virginia going to have time to operate on when they haven't played most of the season with this starting five, and they're making up for a lot of lost ground starting at 1-4 as we go into week 6. Week 6.
Yeah, and then meanwhile, Ohio State, I think a team that we come in, at least that I came in with high expectations of. A big Five Fire fanboy for a very long time here. It was a big prominent player in the Tier 3 space when I first started getting involved, and I miss him. I really do, Ulk. And in the meantime, he's been jamming out here at Ohio State, finding some success, finding some CLOL berths into the top 32 during that time. And so far, throughout Division 1, I think has largely gone according to expectations up until last week where they dropped to Stony Brook. And at least in my heart, that was an upset. I predicted against it. It was on the graphic. It got tweeted out.
Me too.
So,
you and I both were the Ohio State believers, and then Grapes and Chibi got to do their little Fortnite dances on our corpses, which was very... I had to give it to them. I had to do the show with both Grapes and Chibi for Tilt Proof this week, and I was like, all right, let's get out of the way, guys. You guys said that Stony Brook were better than Ohio State. You called it early, so let's just get this over and done with. I wanted to get the shame out of the way, but yeah, for the Ohio State, I think the things that I have been happy about is this mid-jungle. Now, it hasn't been as rock solid as maybe we were expecting. Shalush and Sigma Kitten splitting the time. It seems for tonight's match, at least for game number 1, we will have 5-1-50 and Sigma Kitten playing the bottom lane together. But Shalush and Firefire do seem like some promising pieces here on this lineup, especially like you're mentioning, the mid laner for the Ohio State.
Yeah, Five Fire are going to be the big player to watch here, and curious to see how Aelios is going to try to deal with him, as it's felt like the identity of this team is meant to be one where there's a lot of focus given towards the jungle. Sour going for these sorts of carry-focused junglers game in and game out. We've seen the Talon, the Gwen, the Jax, the Nefiri, the Talia, over and over and over again. Viego, Hecarim, keep adding to that list. And we've often seen enablers coming in from mid lane. We've seen some Morgana mid, seen some stuff like the Swain, like the Galio. I want to see some more emphasis on that, but that's going to mean that you need to see Sour paying some attention to that mid lane, because Five Fire, he's got a deep champion pool, most of it mage focused, and he will push in that wave and take advantage if Aelios is stuck on an enabler.
And it depends on what the other lanes, right? Because this is a 5-on-5 game. So for these two teams, it's kind of looking at what the other laners can do. I think Ruler and Delight for the Ohio State last week really got destroyed in their matchup versus Stony Brook. And for West Virginia, Dinks is a player that spends time on both teams. He's technically a fill for the League of Legends team as the duelist player for their Valorant program. And Inox is more of a top tank player. He's not going to be playing too many of the carries. 2M2MC feels like they have a proclivity to reach for the carries, but I don't think has shown the mechanical proficiency to execute on them as well. So how the surrounding pieces for kind of our matchups for tonight I think are going to make or break these two series.
Yeah, right. I think a lot of it's going to come down to who's going to be able to recognize their role in the game, create a cohesive draft that comes together, and then execute on that game plan. It'll give a massive advantage to whoever's able to do it, right? Regardless of our opinions on the individual players and their individual matchups, I think that's something that we are wanting from both of these squads, just trying to come in with a clear game plan, through the draft and then execute on that game plan in game. Whoever's able to do that will have a significant advantage, and find out which team it's going to be here and what it's even going to look like for the Buckeyes coming in with an alternative bot lane, right? It's been Ruler and Delight all season long, our favorite Korean homages in the Division 1 competition. It's 5150 and Sigma Kitten 49, the prequel to 5150, of course, coming through for today.
We did see Sigma Kitten play jungle earlier on, so I think it's interesting that they have a player that is willing to role swap. How much they'll have expertise in this role, we'll kind of see. I expect they were most likely going to be sitting on engaged champions, the Nautilus, the Alistars, the Rels of the universe. Kind of looking at standings, OSU at 2 and 3, West Virginia 1 and 4. There is a very, very, very low chance that the Ohio State drop out of playoffs. It is top 6 make it in, but a loss here tonight and then potentially falling against either the Utes, or we see like a level up from Utah. If Boise ever win a series, God forbid, there might be some flavor there, but it is looking more and more likely, especially if Ohio State were to win tonight, that they're going to be making it, that they should lock themselves into playoffs.
And West Virginia are the ones that are on the bubble here, right? Like, they're the ones I think that have a little bit more motivation to come in here, take that win, and find themselves in a position where it's like, all right, we don't have to worry about the Utes rallying and potentially
they're
threatening
one
our
game
spot
off,
here.
by the way, because the Utes and the Mountaineers are 1 and 4, but West Virginia is 3 and 8 in game score, and Utah's 2 and 9. So
it's that head-to-head win.
That's exactly head-to-head win if they end up tied at the end of the season.
Yeah, it's the fact that, well, I mean, the head-to-head, Utah has the head-to-head. Utah took that series 2-1, but West Virginia did sneak out a win in the midst of the loss, which is kind of where they end up with that extra piece here. So very curious to find out if they're going to be able to sneak in another one here up against Ohio State and try to build up that gap, or even take the whole series outright.
Okay, so seems like we're getting a little bit of a delay in draft for everybody at home. I don't know if we'll have them ready, but you can kind of see them scrolling at the bottom of the ticker there. Let's go over the pick'ems here. So we have Cheese Wedge and Delight, both supports for both teams, at 2.5 kills for Cheese Wedge and 1.5 for Delight. We still don't have word of if there is a substitution, if the props basically move over onto the substituting player.
Yeah.
Because I have Delight at over 1.5 kills. And if he is not going to be playing, at least for the game number 1, that does hurt my odds of getting this 125 points.
I mean, you have 5 more minutes, man. If you're going to take either for Delight, you should go with the under, as he won't be playing.
True. Let me go change that now. Actually,
you got 5 minutes to go lock in. So if you're like me, you're a little risk averse. You're avoiding those pickups entirely. I am just staying away from Delight and Ruler because I don't know whether they are going to count 5150 and Sigma Kitten 49 for those roles. So I am rocking the match winner prediction. Cheese Wedge at over under 2.5 kills, and Aeolios at over under 5.5 deaths. I'm taking the under on Cheese Wedge kills and the over on Aeolios kills.
I have the same. I'm also taking the match winner because I don't know if I'll get the other one. So if I'm trying to save my points, I'm just going to try and take my free 50 because I am expecting that it is going to be the Ohio State taking the win here tonight. Let's see, it is going to be OSU on the blue side. So some things to think about is what 80 carries are we going to be getting rid of? A big focus for OSU beforehand was getting the Corky matchup for Ruler and Delight. Does that priority change with 5150 in the lineup? And then thinking about what kind of our mid-jungle pairing here for the Mountaineers is going to turn out.
Yeah, that's going to be the question here as we do find ourselves getting those first couple of bans, like you said, going to immediately direct the Xayah ban towards Dinks, looking to see if they can limit some of Dinks' opportunities, especially knowing that guy does split some time between the 2 different games. how much and how deep does his League of Legends champion pool go in a full Fearless format? Maybe something that can occasionally be called into question. Still has shown us plenty of different picks, though. We've seen the Lucian, the Sivir, the Zeri, the Ezreal throughout this season so far. The Yunara as well started picking up some of the newer members of the roster. So still plenty of options left available that we have seen from Dinks so far, but still going to lose access to a couple of those personal favorites. Top lane bans being directed now towards 2M, 2MC. And that is going to be an interesting look here. It tells me Aeolios feels like he's prepared for 5Fire's control mages, that they don't feel the need to limit that pool. Not even seeing an Orianna ban yet, and that's, been a really high priority pick across all of competitive League of Legends on this patch.
We're getting rid of Mel. All right, don't want to deal with 5Fire playing this. Is this going to be things like a Hui? I still think the Orianna is a really good shout. 5Fire's also been one of our few players to pick up Syndra. So should be interesting to see. We're going to go for a Trundle blind here. So expecting that if Inox is going to play the Cho'Gath, the Scions in the world, let's just sap him with those stats. Let's make sure we can kind of cripple that at the heel. We're going to get an immediate Smolder answer, though, from Dinks.
All right, so Dinks going right into the scaling here. Like you said, yeah, it's interesting to see the Trundle blind, because on the one hand, feels like Inox has always gone for these tanks, so it's going to be effective on that front. But then on the other, it feels like Sour has frequently, more so than almost any other jungler in this league, been willing to go for these sorts of APs and stuff that won't really be as affected by the Trundle, and that is in fact probably best equipped to be able to navigate up against the Trundle. So I wonder how much that's actually going to pay off for Shelush here, as they do lock in that Poppy. That's likely going to be going either towards the top lane or towards support, given that Trundle is already selected. And it's going to be Ashe coming into the bottom lane, knowing that they are against Smolder Rel. They say, all right, give me this range, give me this early poke power, and give me this utility. We're going to try to carry through a different lane. And I know I sound like a broken record here, but it's probably going to be 5Fire.
This requires a lot of coordination now, because Trundle Poppy can be your engage. But the thing I'm worried about here, Gordo, is I don't think that there's enough, targeted crowd control to actually properly stop a Smolder. Now, do I like the Lilia pick? A little less so. Playing into Ashe is pretty miserable. Trundle and Poppy can make this Lilia's life very, very difficult to play the game. So what we see in these 4-5s coming on through for draft, I think, kind of makes or breaks. Xin Zhao, I don't think that's right. I don't think we should be banning Xin Zhao when we see both junglers.
I agree. Maybe
agree.
taking a page from Strumpist's book, perhaps the Xin Zhao top, something that we've seen before in collegiate League of Legends.
All right, it's Rise. It's Rise.
Right,
We've gotten word. It's the big blue guy.
I can keep theory crafting, Hulk. You don't have to correct the
Don't
the
do
big
this.
bands.
Don't do this.
We can keep making
it's
stuff
Mundo.
up. And it's Mundo is the other band. So Rise and Mundo, the
Top
bands
laners,
from Ohio State, and Control Mages, of course, taken away. That does leave up Scion, perhaps the King Tank, the tankiest boy of them all. Who
might just be best top laner in the patch.
Might
right
be
now,
best champion. We could take this further.
You're a really big Scion enjoyer. Look, I respect it. The champ is not fun. The Rise has realm warped his way off of the proverbial ban table that we were looking at, and is immediately going in. We're going to have Gwen to follow, so good lane matchups, I think, here for the Ohio State. I'm still a little bit worried about how they'll be able to lock down this Smolder, but I think if there's any way to do it, it's just slam through the lane. Is this going to be Smolder mid?
It is going to be Smolder mid, as the Xin Zhao mid has been banned away. I still don't know what that ban was, because the Rise
it was Yorick and Mundo. It was Yorick.
Okay, so it's Yorick and Mundo. I thought the Mundo was the sub for Yorick and the Rise was the sub for Xin. Got it. So Yorick and Mundo are those bans. Therefore, the Scion comes through. It's going to be the Misfortune in bot lane for Dinks, I'm almost certain. Aeolios going to be taking the Smolder in towards mid. And it is going to be 5Fire piloting the Rise. So 2 scalers in the mid lane, but I do think a little bit more setup. The Rise plus Trundle can actually be a bit of a pain to deal with as a mid-jungle duo, especially as something like the Smolder, right? If you're going to get blocked and you're flapping by a big pillar and you're going to be stuck in that slow field, Ryze is just going to unleash on you, and you're not really going to have the mobility to be able to dodge away from those repeated combos. So you might take EQ 2 or even 3 times throughout the duration of that gank, and that should be enough to take down a baby dragon.
I see this draft from West Virginia, and this is like the ultimate. We are going to just try to survive early game and pray. We're going to have Sion, but he's in a really bad matchup. We have Lilia, but I think the answers from the Ohio State are really difficult to play. And even Smolder versus Ryze, Smolder loses push early, and Ryze also has a lot of kill potential just in the laning phase alone, thanks to having the Rune Prison as a guaranteed route. So I think it's difficult to see where West Virginia are going to be able to play, and I think I need to see Cheesewez basically have the best support game of all time, but you're playing into a Poppy. So I feel like the thematic answers from West Virginia don't really work, and the Ohio State should have priority. This should be a game for Shelush where I have 3 winning lanes and a lot of ways to be able to play the game early on, which I think is a losing scenario when we've talked about Sour.
Yeah, they do have Misfortune Lilia combo, which for any who aren't familiar, you can Misfortune ult on top of Lilia ult, and it counts as damage over time. It doesn't wake them up. So you can, try to win team fights kind of straight up there if you do get a large multi-man sleep. Granted, there's a lot of things that win fights when you get a large multi-man sleep. That's the difficult part, and they're not exactly set up to be able to do that game in and game out, fight in and fight out without... I thought it was going to be Cheesewedge. It's Cheesewedge in mid, ensues at support. Aeolios is out.
What the? Okay, that was definitely not on the sheet. So what is going on, West Virginia? All right, well.
Emergency substitutions, baby.
Well, remember when we thought it was going to be Aeolios for our over-under, and we tried to hedge against it?
Oh, no! And Cheesewedge is back in play. Well, Cheesewedge was always in play, but oh, no.
Wait, I changed my pickups for this. No! I had Cheesewedge on the under. Guys, my pickups are doomed. This is...
Oh, yeah, wait. Cheesewedge on the under while he's playing mid-lane Smolder is rough.
Okay, but what happens if he gets less than 2.5 kills over the next 2 games and he's on Smolder? What
West
happens
Virginia
then?
is cooked, brother. I don't know what to tell you. That Ohio State is the new king, and... they're racing Maryville and Winthrop for these game time challenges. That's what that means. We'll find out, as it's going to be another kind of change up in the bottom lane for West Virginia, just as we started to think they were getting things settled. They actually have more reps with Dinks and Ensues than they do with Dinks and Cheesewedge. It's Cheesewedge coming in for mid lane, where they're really kind of throwing a wrench into their traditional setups. 5150 looking to trade aggressively right off the bat. Sigma Kid is going to be able to find the crash into the wall, and Dinks going to be taken below half and loses both their summoners.
This is Halo Blades Ignite Poppy. We should be playing level 1 versus Misfortune, especially because we have this Ashe. Good use of the volley there to get that slow and force Dinks away. Can't really farm up on too much of these minions right now. Good luck at proccing first strike in this laning phase, brother, because this is absolutely miserable. Also, we're seeing Shelush actually go for early invade versus the Lilia. I wonder if Joby or Sour has any kind of information that this is going to occur. Also utilizing the priority of Sigma Kitten 49. Yeah, we're getting vertical jungling, so Joby's just going to skip going into his bottom side and maybe try to set up around this Gwen to help out the Scion.
Yeah, a little bit of vertical jungling. English is rough for me today, as we do get to see, at the very least, Sour going to be able to pick up their kind of full 6 camp clear here, but it's going to make things from difficult to even more difficult for old Dinks and Ensues down here. Sigma Kid making a play towards mid, trying to get maximum value out of that hail of blades, but we'll just trade flashes with Cheesewedge, nothing else. 2MC comes up with the kill there, or the death, rather. It will, in fact, be a 1-for-1.
My under is saved for now. 3 minutes in.
For now.
For now.
You're gonna be worried about this for a long time.
Look. We already had the rosters in a weird spot. We've had now We have a Smolder mid for Cheese Wedge, who was previously the support for this team for the last couple weeks. So, and Suze is back. Many things are off kilter in my mind.
Fire going to face check into Sour here. Does tank the bowling ball to the face as a result. Loses half his HP for this. And going to be still clearing on towards this bottom side is Sour. So just trying to maintain a CS advantage. And that's one of those things that Lily gets to do. It's a solid jungle matchup for Sour, which when you're playing these sorts of carry junglers, that's often the risk, is that somebody's just going to play a big stat stick like Trundle, and it's going to make your life tough. But I like Lily under the Trundle. I think it's a good matchup.
I think that there's some validity. It's just going to be whether or not he can actually get into versus an Ashe who's going to hit him with potentially an Enchanted Crystal Arrow. There's also a Poppy to potentially lock them down. We'll see if Shalush and Sigma Kitten actually have the coordination down with Trundle Pillar plus Slam. They're going to spot out the Trundle here. Sigma Kitten, good flash from Ensu, saves them, but this is a huge wave that they're missing out on now.
Nox and 2MC still engaged in trading. Sour going to show on up here, trying to make another trade happen. 2MC going to cut down their lane opponent first and foremost. This slow, though, should let Inox get a couple of punches in, and that's enough damage for Sour to clean up the kill.
This is the problem with this top lane matchup, though, is Inox is consistently going to get ran down in this lane. Gwen is going to be a living nightmare for this team. And when we talk about side laning, who is ever going to be able to match? We need to see basically every time that Gwen wants to push on side. I'm going to hold that. Shalush.
Just going to need to crash down from Ensu. Just going to have to bail out and leave Dinks out to dry. There is a third kill to Ohio State, and they are going to be rocking themselves the feet to Warfare as a result.
Yeah, Buckeyes are always going to have better side laning, so it's up to West Virginia here to figure out lane assignments and how they're going to fix this, because if everything stays the same, if everything goes in favor of the Ohio State, what's going to happen is they're not going to be able to match, their solo lanes are going to get ran down, and then they can just collapse very easily into objectives, and then it's a lose-lose situation.
Yeah, as Inox and 2MC are going to continue to exchange blows in the top side. It's going to be a solid early lead for the Gwen as a result. The fact that they're trading 1-for-1, I think it's going to be very well liked by 2MC, who just wants to be able to get onto those second and third item spikes to be able to play side lanes as this Gwen. Oh, might be another one coming on through here. Needlework taking Inox down below 200. And it very well may be hitting 0 sooner rather than later. Going to look for another opportunity to skip and slice and find themselves that kill. Wow, Sour and Shalush exchanging blows. This is where Sour needs to try to get away from there. Barely able to evade the hit into the wall. Fire flashes over, though. Manages to get the root. It's a 1-for-1. Jungler for support. Sour drops on down.
Oh, 51-50.
Another fight, 51-50, or 5-150 rather, going to be able to finish off that kill on towards Dinks, and now Ensues. Not going to be able to make the trade happen. Dinks had flash available, but either it just came up or wasn't able to use it in time.
Yeah, good play around mid though. I think that the ideas there coming on through from West Virginia are solid. It's execution and the lack of damage early on. You are asking a lot of your team, especially of this Lilia, to get things done. And when we have looked at the Mountaineers in weeks past, I think that Sour, Joby has been pretty impressive player, but the solo lanes just haven't been able to provide for him in that same way. So whether or not he'll be able to get done with enough tools, there we go.
It's going to be another dive coming through on towards Cheese Wedge in the mid lane. Kill credit going over to Sigma Kitten, probably not what the Ohio State was hoping for. There's going to be a knockback in. Sour going to get ulted, going to get subjugated, and Shalush comes in with the solo kill.
Good job. All right. Well, that's 2 kills, and I gotta say here, Gordo, it's not looking good for the Mountaineers here early on. We're 8 minutes in, it's 7-3, already opening up 2,000 gold lead, and it's not like this game gets any easier. So if we're trying to rely on Cheese Wedge being our way out, I don't think he's been stacking all that incredibly. And Dinks is 0-2. We're not winning side lane. Joby is barely going even right now with Shalush. So I'm going to need to see something break the mold here. We need to get out of this play pattern.
Whoa!
2M2MC almost does it versus Inox for a third time.
2M2MC nearly going to be able to finish off one. Cheese Wedge going to get knocked into the wall after getting hit by the Enchanted Crystal Arrow. Manages to stay standing. Sigma Kitten stuck underneath the turret. That's kill credit to Cheese Wedge. Meanwhile, Shalush going to be able to finish one up on the top side. Inox does drop eventually after going down to that sliver earlier on.
All right. West Virginia, they're going to move over towards the Dragon with Grubs going over to the Ohio State. Means that Fire does need to play a little bit carefully, but this Rise is just so dangerous. Instantly clears a huge minion wave in front of him. And Shalush is walking down here. Fire, brother.
Going to be tough for Fire to try to get away from this. That is all the hard CC, though. Just Rumdorps his way out of there. Still got Dream Dust on him, but it won't be enough to finish off the kill.
Well, that's a big investment, because that's no Dragon. That was supposed to be their very short timer where they would have had a window to go for this objective. Ends up not being the case. Now, Shalush gets to path towards bottom side. Poppy has complete vision of the top side of the map. And with a few resets coming on through from the Ohio State, I do kind of expect them now. They have extra buttons. They know that they're up on summoner spells. I feel like this Dragon should be their next objective to look forward to.
Top laners exchanging blows once again. 2M2MC. Maybe sees an angle for a kill here. Call this guy a grizzly bear the way he's 2MC for 2 and 2. There's going to be Cheese Wedge pushed a little bit back by Fire, taken to about half.
I was trying to connect and I got there in the end. Oh, that's a sleep. That's Fire.
That's all that matters, baby. Is it's going to be a sleep coming through on a Fire. Not going to have the misfortune there for the combo, though. What an Enchanted Crystal Arrow from downtown will enable a kill on towards Cheese Wedge. And just Sour and Ensues left to watch it occur. It is a 3 versus 2 in the mid lane, and they're going to get that shoved back over for the Buckeyes.
All right, everybody at home, I did take this piece of tech from Sajed. Legendary 80 carry over in Tier 2 for League of Legends. If you're playing against mages as Smolder, Bloodthirster ER, go Essence Reaver second. It'll make your life a lot easier. And Smolder does have some flexibility in the kills. Dinks,
Whoa!
There are some kills in the bottom lane, so Dinks misses out on the wave. 5-1-50 does end up getting the kill on the back end. And this is a pretty big wave on top of the Dragon that they were just grabbing. So the Buckeyes, the Ohio State, are still winning pretty massively here in this game number 1.
Yeah, a lot of back and forth trades, but most of them favoring Ohio State at the end of the day. A 3-0 start for 5-1-50, not the least of them. Really going to put this Ashe into a position to be a significant damage threat in these mid-game fights where Ohio State are going to spike quite substantially, especially because of all the gold they've allocated onto these frontliners, the Gwen and the Trundle. Very, very good in these sorts of brawls that are going to likely occur around Rift Herald, around Third Dragon. And they've got themselves the advantages to be able to show up and represent. Dinks, meanwhile, just on the one item, not too far behind, but it really does feel like their only chance at not just surrendering all the mid-game objectives will be that Lilia Misfortune combo with Ensues helping out with Magnet Storm.
This might be a time where there's a numbers advantage here for Virginia. West Virginia doesn't end up making too much out of it. It was an Enchanted Crystal Arrow. This looks like it is a spectator client bug, not a game pause, as we are still in game. Imagine we're going to be coming back to... we have a gameplay happening.
We are back. May have been a pause at some point in the past. Sigma Kitten gets a nice double knockup. Look at Shalush, though, on the back line. That's going to be the one that determines this entire fight. Desperately trying to back away and actually managing to do so for a bit is Sour, raining through a fair bit of damage. Sleep comes through. It's only on to 5150, and Dinks can't quite get in range for the double up. So 5150 will keep on standing. 5150, I mean, as 2M2MC continuing to keep pressure up on the top side. Shalush manages to find the second man at the end of the day, and can they get all three? Dinks wants to say no. Inox down below sub 100 again. Feels like every time we check on this guy, he is in that sort of position. Soul Furnace, though, keeping him standing, and will be able to sustain it. Hey, Shalush got it at the end of the day.
All right, well, remember we said that the side lanes don't get easier. It might be a play on the cheese wedge. Gonna at least push him off of the mini wave for now. But 3 grubs here for the Ohio State. First Dragon, 13-5, a 6,000 gold lead at this time in the game. And it just feels rough. Like, the side lane issue is only now going to be exacerbated now because of all of the objectives and the gold leads that these players have. And you talk about that Dinks does hit his first item, but it's a significantly cheaper first item than the Yuntal Wild Arrows. So the kind of ability to maybe cheat an item or be a little bit stronger than your opponent is mitigated by the fact that your opponent is up 20 and 4-0-2 here for 5-150.
Yeah, getting out of that spike. The cooldowns were just a little bit desynced in that bot lane fight, right? If they had Lilting Lullaby and Bullet Time, you could see a world where all 3 get put to sleep, and that's a huge play for West Virginia, but just not quite on the timing there. It was quite a while on Bullet Time, a little bit of time left for Sour as well. By the time the Lilting Lullaby comes through, it is only on to 5-150, and Ohio State get to reap the rewards. It ends up being an extended triple kill for Shalush as they hunt them down one at a time.
6-0-2 on this Trundle. Huge impact in this game. I am of the belief that... Oh, that hit Sigma Kitten. Wrong teammate. There might be some plays here. There's a Rum Warp from Firefire that can get him into position. It seems like they just want to position themselves here from the Ohio State to get this last Tier 1. GM2MC on the bottom lane solo kills Cheese Wedge, so no flash for Smolder. Very deep in that lane.
And no stacks for Smolder either. Really tough to get taken off the map as this Smolder trying to, you know, game or play for a game plan where, you know, you get your 225 stacks and you're ready to show up and represent as quickly as possible. Granted, the Dragons are slow this game, but the game is fast. You've lost 2 outer turrets already, and you might lose all 3. I don't know that the Dragons are the win con you need to be worried about.
Last Tier 1, Inox does have Flash plus Ultimate, but the Sigma Kitten to block here.
Oh, threw out the Keeper's Verdict, but Keeper's Verdict does not care about
65.
Unstoppable Onslaught. Inox will be able to get away. 2M2MC getting chased on down. Sour is very fast, should be able to keep on top of this. Cheese Wedge will be donated the kill. That's quite a boon for a baby dragon to try to get back into the game. But Firefire, knowing those health bars are low, knowing that he's got Shalush in his back pocket, they are ready to take this fight. The binding going to connect onto Cheese Wedge. Going to be one more auto, one more Q to finish that kill off. And now Ensues might be in too deep, has to crash down defensively. Sour was able to navigate their way out through the bottom side, but the actual clearing of the jungle, that's going to be a much bigger problem.
Well, now Dragon's up, and they have no ability to walk around this play. I mean, Shalush can take all of these jungle camps. It's a Gromp, it's going to be a blue buff, and more than likely finishing up on the Dragon here with Sigma Kitten in the area providing vision. This is a strong game here from the Ohio State. It feels like more of a team effort that this is happening. And when we have seen this team succeed, it has mostly been around sometimes their bottom lane, but mostly through Firefire. And while he is playing a champion that hasn't been all that massively impactful to this game, it's good to see that other members are stepping up in this series.
It really is. Done a great job pretty much across the board of being able to generate their own advantages. 2MC getting a little bit collapsed onto here by Sour. There is a TP being channeled, but damage output on towards the Lilia is pretty good, and Ensues is coming up. Looking for the double stun here. Doesn't connect it on towards either, but 2M2MC still up too far. Now Sour able to space this out, staying alive up against Firefire. Now keeping their distance, but trying to assist from the edges. Still, Ensues probably in too deep. Sigma Kitten coming in. Great flash to get away from the charge, but able to chase him down anyway. Sigma Kitten up to 2 kills on this support. Now Firefire going to be able to finish off Ensues. 5-150 comes in on the flank. Shalush as well as an inner turret and a Scion. Both hit the ground.
Inox is like, oh, I'm walking to my top tier 2. Why is there a Trundle underneath my top tier 2 entering from our side of the map? Well, what is this? How am I supposed to be able to play this one? And it's tough here for the Mountaineers. An expected underdog here for this series. We're getting a teleport, a very deep one from 2M2MC. Can they find Cheese Wedge, though? Is on vision currently. Gwen gets spotted. Should be able to finish this, but Sigma Kitten, they have eyes. Oh, we chose wrong. We went left instead of right. We zigged when we should have zagged. So, Smolder's going to live, but the prospects are not looking good here with an 11, almost 10,000 gold lead at 18 minutes.
Quite the lead for the Ohio State University here. They look to potentially find another pick here. Sigma Kitten going to launch themselves in. This is a little bit of a 1 versus 4, and that will be a kill going on over to Sour. Nicely done by them to be able to get themselves a little bit of relief back into this game, but I mean, 10K gold lead this early on is still going to be plenty and still going to put them at a disadvantaged state, even in a 5 versus 4. Now potentially going to go for the long chase is 5-150. Well done. The lockdown ensues and make it a support for a sport. Now it's going to be Inox up in the front line, going to get flashed away from. 5-150 repositions, has 5 fire, dumping out the damage on the side, and Ohio State will successfully execute the fight.
Very important here for OSU that they are able to find these wins, and very confidently so. They've struggled against the other top 4 teams of Division 1, but if they can grab this win here tonight, if they can finish off this series, it'll be playoffs berth confirmed for this team. 2M2MC isn't able to make it happen versus Dinks, but does pressure at least for the inhibitor.
Not going to be able to finish off that inhibitor either. Just going to choose to take this reset timer, clear out the jungle, make sure that they don't over-aggress on anything. Make sure that they don't give up any of these fat shutdowns that are held by Shalush, 5 fire, and 5-150. So, jungle's cleared. Nothing for Sour to get as they redeploy out onto the map. And 5 fire's not even going to take the reset. 5 fire's just going to keep on shoving waves. It says, hey, send whoever you got. I'll just roll warp out.
Okay. 5 fire phase rush. 1v2. Can 5 fire win? Or is this a maybe Destiny?
Interrupted. Well done, Inox. Saves the unstoppable onslaught, guarantees the kill. Shut down gold on towards Dinks. Ensues is dropping down on the other side, but that is still a worth trade for West Virginia.
Yeah, okay. Would you be willing to make a trade of shut down mid gold for an Otacon?
Probably not. I don't know if they really have a choice in the matter, though. As,
that is also very true.
They wouldn't be able to stop the Otacon anyways. 2M2MC launching themselves in towards 2 marksmen and coming out on top. Cheese Wedge falls. Dinks falls. Inox is heading for the hills. And the Ohio State University find themselves the numbers advantage in this bottom side once again, and potentially the last inner turret to be cleared off the map.
Very, very good here from OSU. A couple of mistakes, but to be expected at this level. And damn, this is a very, very dominant game from them. Like, West Virginia didn't really have time to breathe. We started off the game and we get to 3 minutes and suddenly we're fighting everywhere. Bottom lane's trying to play for level 2. Mid lane is very obviously scrapping, and we talked about it from draft. I don't think that West Virginia gave themselves very many outs from this, but I think maybe having to kind of do with what the cards that we have at this point, and considering that this is a roster that we didn't even expect that was going to show up here.
Of course. And still, I mean, I don't want to call them outs, because 12K gold deficit is a lot, but with ways to manufacture fights to where you can slow down the game enough to potentially get Cheese Wedge stacked on up and capitalize on some mistakes from the Ohio State University, is that they have not been playing out immaculately. They have gotten picked off. They have taken some inadvisable fights, and you know, even right now, if you would set up to try to collapse onto these 2 in mid lane, maybe you'd be able to do it. They're taking resets up at the top side right now. They were instead looking to make a play on a 5 fire, but the Ohio State University, they're not fully tracking where exactly West Virginia is at all states. So you could see some of these picks working out.
Well, they don't need to. They're in West Virginia.
True.
Observer, if we may, when we have a moment and we're not in the middle of a fight, can we please check Smolder stacks? I'd like to check in. Maybe after this Inox death.
You assume it's going to be an Inox death, and you assume correctly. 2M, 2MC. Going to claim the kill credit on that one, and that's their main front line. And Sue's not going to be able to fill in with that role too effectively, so the one-item Scion is melted down, and this very well could be a game ender if West Virginia can't put themselves something together now. The opportunities for picks have dwindled away as they do rejoin everyone together for this base siege.
All right, so Cheese Wedge, 200. 225 is the magic number here for Smolder to get that execute. It's 201. That's 203. 6. All right, we're getting there.
Will they get there in time?
Will it even matter? That's the thing, right?
Yeah,
like,
I mean, the
if
real
you have
answer
Smolder
is,
execute does it matter?
Yeah, and I think it doesn't, because nobody gets low enough to be executed. We've seen these fights play out already. Again, I mean, there's a wombo combo to be found within this team composition. The question is, will Ohio State give it to them?
215. Guys, the counting is going crazy. The math professors over on both colleges would be very happy with what's happening here. 218. All right. Maybe 5150 going down here.
Be a dunk coming through onto 5150, trying their best to fight it out. Will be the first person to drop. Inox going to be able to claim that kill credit. Bullet time completely whiffs, does not find damage on towards anybody, but it is still a 1-for-0. West Virginia successfully make a stand with all in 3 inhibitors down. They kill 1 player, and it will give them a little bit of time to farm up and stay alive.
All right, what if this was actually their plan? They gave up triple inhibs so that they get double super minion waves, and Smolder and Dinks basically like elo economy slingshot themselves back into this game. Because they're going to get a lot of gold and experience. Smolder's going to be stacking up, assumably already has a 225. Baron, I think, makes that a bit more untenable as a strategy, but yeah, they have absolutely no vision. Great vision toggle coming in from our observer, but let's see. Let's see if there's any chance here. It really does have to kind of be the ultimate wombo combo of doom from West Virginia.
And Baron will fall. There's a Realm Warp from 5Fire, just getting Shalush a little bit closer, and this is a fat wave coming in on the top side. Just need to crash down multiple at the same time to make the kill decisions, or find Ensues trying to find a deep flank and cut them down fair and square. So it's going to be a 5 versus 4 on this game-ending push.
No Enchanted Crystal Arrow. There's no Realm Warp either. We've got a mid-wave and a top wave entering at the same time.
Going to be able to immune Keeper's Verdict with the Unstoppable Onslaught, but will melt down pretty fast anyway. Goes to the zombie form, and that one's going to die even faster than his normal form did. So now it's a 3 versus 5. Diving in, Sigma Kitten finds the stun against the wall onto Cheese Wedge. And one Nexus turret already down, soon to be 2. Dinks falling back in towards the base as Sour collapses near him. And game number 1 will go the way of Ohio State.
30-12, and I think the actual result not all that surprising here in game number 1 for I think the expectation of this series, but I think still a pretty dominant game there from OSU. This was the Ohio State that gave us a lot of confidence that they were going to be the 4th best program here in the League of Legends division, but hasn't really been able to prove that so far. They've not been able to beat any of those top 4 teams, but have really been farming the bottom half of the bracket.
Yeah, and not going to be any exception here on the West Virginia front as they do make quick work of them in this game number 1. Going to need to see if they can adapt draft in game number 2 on the Mountaineers side to see if they can stage some kind of fight back up against the Buckeyes, because Ohio State firing on all cylinders there, finding advantages across the board. Despite the counter pick in the jungle, Shalush was everywhere and constantly able to make picks as well.
I think that this was a draft where, for the Ohio State, they kind of got everything they would have wanted. They got 2M2MC on a carry, which is something we talked about during draft. You have 5Fire on a competent enough side laner, something that still can make plays with the Rune Prison. And Chaluge kind of on an enabler / like some kind of duelist. For some reason, I don't know why, but for Chaluge, I'm really I identify him as like a Jarvan slash like Vi style of player. Trundle's also very great at that. So, I mean, giving him some kind of tools, some agency in the game is not all that bad. And this is a roster that has a little bit of change, right? This was a new bottom lane. I think 5150 and Sigma Kitten played rather well.
Indeed. So, looking to see if 5150 and Sigma Kitten can be the players that are going to continue to represent for the Buckeyes, if they're going to be in the roster more frequently, or if it's going to be back to Ruler and Delight. You know, at least having that in your back pocket, certainly going to be a valuable tool coming into playoffs. As if the Buckeyes are able to keep this up, playoffs do seem destined for them in the near future, as West Virginia would make a third team with a guaranteed lower record than them. So, find out if they're going to be able to close out this series. We're going to throw it to a quick break first, but we'll be back for draft for game number 2 before you know it, so stay tuned.
Think you know how today's matches will play out? Prove it with Division 1 pick'ems. Follow along and put your predictions to the test. Each week, you can make your picks for both Valorant and League of Legends, or just stick to your favorite game. Predict the winners of our future matches and choose the players you think will have the biggest impact. Every correct pick earns you points. The more points you score, the higher you climb on that leaderboard. At the top, you'll find prizes waiting for you at the end of the split. It's easy to play, adds excitement to every match, and keeps you connected with the action all season long. So lock in your picks, track your progress, and see if you've got what it takes to top the Division 1 Pick'ems leaderboard. Think you know how today's matches will play out? Prove it with Division 1 pick'ems. Follow along and put your predictions to the test. Each week, you can make your picks for both Valorant and League of Legends, or just stick to your favorite game. Predict the winners of our future matches and choose the players you think will have the biggest impact. Every correct pick earns you points. The more points you score, the higher you climb on that leaderboard. At the top, you'll find prizes waiting for you at the end of the split. It's easy to play, adds excitement to every match, and keeps you connected with the action all season long. So lock in your picks, track your progress, and see if you've got what it takes to top the Division 1 Pick'ems leaderboard. Think you know how today's matches will play out? Prove it with Division 1 pick'ems. Follow along and put your predictions to the test. Each week, you can make your picks for both Valorant and League of Legends, or just stick to your favorite game. Predict the winners of our future matches and choose the players you think will have the biggest impact. Every correct pick earns you points. The more points you score, the higher you climb on that leaderboard. At the top, you'll find prizes waiting for you at the end of the split. It's easy to play, adds excitement to every match, and keeps you connected with the action all season long. So lock in your picks, track your progress, and see if you've got what it takes to top the Division 1 Pick'ems leaderboard. Think you know how today's matches will play out? Prove it with Division 1 Pick'ems. Follow along and put your predictions to the test. Each week, you can make your picks for both Valorant and League of Legends, or just stick to your favorite game. Predict the winners of our future matches and choose the players you think will have the biggest impact. Every correct pick earns you points. The more points you score, the higher you climb on that leaderboard. At the top, you'll find prizes waiting for you at the end of the split. It's easy to play, adds excitement to every match, and keeps you connected with the action all season long. So lock in your picks, track your progress, and see if you've got what it takes to top the Division 1 Pick'ems leaderboard. Think you know how today's matches will play out? Prove it with Division 1 Pick'ems. Follow along and put your predictions to the test. Each week, you can make your picks for both Valorant and League of Legends, or just stick to your favorite game. Predict the winners of our future matches and choose the players you think will have the biggest impact. Every correct pick earns you points. The more points you score, the higher you climb on that leaderboard. At the top, you'll find prizes waiting for you at the end of the split. It's easy to play, adds excitement to every match, and keeps you connected with the action all season long. So lock in your picks, track your progress, and see if you've got what it takes to top the Division 1 Pick'ems leaderboard. Think you know how today's matches will play out? Prove it with Division 1 pick'ems. Follow along and put your predictions to the test. Each week, you can make your picks for both Valorant and League of Legends, or just stick to your favorite game. Predict the winners of our future matches and choose the players you think will have the biggest impact. Every correct pick earns you points. The more points you score, the higher you climb on that leaderboard. At the top, you'll find prizes waiting for you at the end of the split. It's easy to play, adds excitement to every match, and keeps you connected with the action all season long. So lock in your picks, track your progress, and see if you've got what it takes to top the Division 1 Pick'ems leaderboard. Think you know how today's matches will play out? Prove it with Division 1 pick'ems. Follow along and put your predictions to the test. Each week, you can make your picks for both Valorant and League of Legends, or just stick to your favorite game. Predict the winners of our future matches and choose the players you think will have the biggest impact. Every correct pick earns you points. The more points you score, the higher you climb on that leaderboard. At the top, you'll find prizes waiting for you at the end of the split. It's easy to play, adds excitement to every match, and keeps you connected with the action all season long. So lock in your picks, track your progress, and see if you've got what it takes to top the Division 1 Pick'ems leaderboard. Think you know how today's matches will play out? Prove it with Division 1 pick'ems. Follow along and put your predictions to the test. Each week, you can make your picks for both Valorant and League of Legends, or just stick to your favorite game. Predict the winners of our future matches and choose the players you think will have the biggest impact. Every correct pick earns you points. The more points you score, the higher you climb on that leaderboard. At the top, you'll find prizes waiting for you at the end of the split. It's easy to play, adds excitement to every match, and keeps you connected with the action all season long. So lock in your picks, track your progress, and see if you've got what it takes to top the Division 1 Pick'ems leaderboard. Think you know how today's matches will play out? Prove it with Division 1 pick'ems. Follow along and put your predictions to the test. Each week, you can make your picks for both Valorant and League of Legends, or just stick to your favorite game. Predict the winners of our future matches and choose the players you think will have the biggest impact. Every correct pick earns you points. The more points you score, the higher you climb on that leaderboard. At the top, you'll find prizes waiting for you at the end of the split. It's easy to play, adds excitement to every match, and keeps you connected with the action all season long. So lock in your picks, track your progress, and see if you've got what it takes to top the Division 1 Pick'ems leaderboard. Think you know how today's matches will play out? Prove it with Division 1 pick'ems. Follow along and put your predictions to the test. Each week, you can make your picks for both Valorant and League of Legends, or just stick to your favorite game. Predict the winners of our future matches and choose the players you think will have the biggest impact. Every correct pick earns you points. The more points you score, the higher you climb on that leaderboard. At the top, you'll find prizes waiting for you at the end of the split. It's easy to play, adds excitement to every match, and keeps you connected with the action all season long. So lock in your picks, track your progress, and see if you've got what it takes to top the Division 1 Pick'ems leaderboard. Think you know how today's matches will play out? Prove it with Division 1 pick'ems. Follow along and put your predictions to the test. Each week, you can make your picks for both Valorant and League of Legends, or just stick to your favorite game. Predict the winners of our future matches and choose the players you think will have the biggest impact. Every correct pick earns you points. The more points you score, the higher you climb on that leaderboard. At the top, you'll find prizes waiting for you at the end of the split. It's easy to play, adds excitement to every match, and keeps you connected with the action all season long. So lock in your picks, track your progress, and see if you've got what it takes to top the Division 1 Pick'ems leaderboard. Think you know how today's matches will play out? Prove it with Division 1 pick'ems. Follow along and put your predictions to the test. Each week, you can make your picks for both Valorant and League of Legends, or just stick to your favorite game. Predict the winners of our future matches and choose the players you think will have the biggest impact. Every correct pick earns you points. The more points you score, the higher you climb on that leaderboard. At the top, you'll find prizes waiting for you at the end of the split. It's easy to play, adds excitement to every match, and keeps you connected with the action all season long. So lock in your picks, track your progress, and see if you've got what it takes to top the Division 1 Pick'ems leaderboard. Think you know how today's matches will play out? Prove it with Division 1 pick'ems. Follow along and put your predictions to the test. Each week, you can make your picks for both Valorant and League of Legends, or just stick to your favorite game. Predict the winners of our future matches and choose the players you think will have the biggest impact. Every correct pick earns you points. The more points you score, the higher you climb on that leaderboard. At the top, you'll find prizes waiting for you at the end of the split. It's easy to play, adds excitement to every match, and keeps you connected with the action all season long. So lock in your picks, track your progress, and see if you've got what it takes to top the Division 1 Pick'ems leaderboard. Think you know how today's matches will play out? Prove it with Division 1 pick'ems. Follow along and put your predictions to the test. Each week.
Welcome back, everybody. Sorry about the delay, but we are right back into draft for game number 2 of the Ohio State University taking on West Virginia University in this best of 3. Ohio State find themselves up 1-0 after a strong showing in game number 1. You got 10 champions fearless away down at the bottom of your screen. Let's see what these teams can show us for game number 2.
That Aatrox is an MF. It is a misfortune.
Correct.
So only one mistake on this one, so not too bad. Let's see if OSU continue with the strategy that we saw from them in game number 1, which was sending 3 80 carry bans at Dinks. Jinx was one of them. I wonder if they'll try to get rid of things like Zaya, maybe a thing like a Zeri as well.
We'll find out. Going to still continue to focus on towards Dinks' champion pool here. And notably, West Virginia choosing the red side here after their loss. So going to remain trying to see if the counter picks can make the difference for them here, especially with their last-minute roster changes. Dinks continuing to lose out on some of the champions that they've played more of. I do want to see if that Lucian joins the list. It doesn't. It's the Sivir. Eyes on that pick. Maybe Ohio State looking to first pick it. Otherwise, think it should be a priority for Dinks. 5-Fire losing access to a few champions that he would like to bring on out. The Mel going to stay. The Jace and the Silas. Jace maybe a little bit more towards 2M2MC, who did also just lose access to the Gwen. But plenty more fish in the sea and plenty more carries in the top lane to go for if he wants them.
All right, we going for Wukong? Yes. Okay, so already some strong engage. Another champion that we've seen Shalush really find success on here in Division 1. Now for West Virginia, what else are we going to look for? Because kind of... I do want to note that for Cheese Wedge, even though he is filling in for Aelios, that we are getting more unique champions. So what else are we going to get from mid lane? Are we going to get something more akin to Aelios' champion pool, which was things like Veigar? Or are we going to be seeing more of the mages? So we're going to get Syndra, which not only I think good for the 2v2 alongside this Viego, but also is a takeaway from 5-Fire. So at least working with some tools here.
Yeah, but here's the thing. It's Orianna still up. They're not even going to take it. They're going to go
Wow.
for Galio, actually. Going for a little bit of magic-resistant tankiness to survive up against this Syndra. Still will be a powerful combo with the Wukong. I'm just surprised to see Orianna. Orianna's going to blank the whole series, man. We got both mid laners already locked in. What a surprise to see that one, but still plenty more AoE CC to come through for this Ohio State composition as Sigma Kitten 49 will lock in that Alistar.
A lot of great crowd control just to make sure that Sour doesn't get the resets that they're looking for. Now what I think from West Virginia, the things that they're going to be probably looking out for when playing against this OSU composition is just trying to cut away at any of the damage. Because right now, even if 5-Fire were to opt into an AP Galio build, I do think that the damage is going to be quite lacking for this team. So we're going to need a hyper carry in bottom lane. I think we're going to need something that also provides a little bit more of that style of damage coming off from 2M2MC. So you on blue side are going to have to blind at least one of these matchups. So kind of interested to see what we get from these two. And for West Virginia, already we have really great setup for Sour, who we've been trying to build up as a big carry focus for this team.
Yeah, definitely. And more bans. This time, going to take away another hyper carry in the form of the Aphelios and the Ambessa away from 2M2MC. Interesting to see the Ambessa taken away. I'm kind of looking in a different direction. We have seen the Kennen out of 2M2MC before. Feels like it's in spirit of this composition for that one to come on through. Will make up for the absence of pure magic damage that a Galio mid does give for you, because you're only really going to build the Riftmaker and not much AP after that. And there's the Cho'Gath in the top lane, which means it won't be the worst matchup in the world either. I'm fully on board. I'd like to see a Kennen here from 2M2MC.
I think a Cho'Gath into what OSU are showing is actually very strong. You've got many ways to be able to stop it. We're going for Renekton instead. So low range here from the Ohio State. How are we getting on to Syndra? How are we going to apply a reasonable amount of pressure? We have a lot of HP, so it will take a little bit of time for Sour or Cheese Wedge to really get through this. It's going to be the Kaisa. All right, we're going for dive. I do think that if we are going to see West Virginia win this game number 2, it has to be winning through bottom lane. If we can cut this Kais out from the game, I think it is incredibly difficult for the Ohio State to find victory here.
Ooh, and a nice little bot lane matchup here, too, as Dinks gets the Tristana. Will be a strong carry into the later game. Love to have Buster Shot up against the kinds of engage that a Wukong, Renekton, Alistar are bringing to the table, just knocking them back away, and going to be really strong for those first couple of levels up against a lower range marksman like the Kaisa. If you are able to connect a hook from Ensues, if you are able to get Sour on in towards the bottom lane to make a gank happen, you're going to have the burst from that Tristana to potentially be able to take down some of those early kills. So I like this draft all around for West Virginia. I agree. I think the Cho'Gath was good up until what they're showing. I don't think the Renekton addresses the problems that we were talking about. And, as good as a Wombo combo engage like this is going to be, I think the Syndra and Tristana should have no problem keeping their distance.
Also for West Virginia, just a lot of resets. As soon as they get one kill, I feel like it can snowball here versus OSU. This has to be a big win here for West Virginia, because if they can't win this one, I feel like this is one of the few drafts that we have seen from the Mountaineers that is both cohesive and also plays well into what the opponents want to do. A lot of times when we have our bottom 4 teams in the standings, they don't get both, or they get losing lanes and losing drafts. So this feels like it has to be the one. This has to be the Goldilocks draft for us if we're going to find our 4th win of the season.
Yeah, definitely West Virginia. You got to put all the pieces together here. You're probably not running the roster that you thought you were going to run at the beginning of the day. It does seem like there were some shenanigans at play there, but so far it didn't seem like Cheese Wedge was too uncomfortable in the mid lane. It was really more results from bottom and jungle spilling over into there more so than anything else. So now got yourself a fine matchup, right? You're probably not going to solo kill the Galio, but you probably should be able to farm up your Splinters of Wrath just fine, get yourself onto those Syndra upgrades, be a big force later on, and between Scatter the Weak and Buster Shot and Cho'Gath in general, I think you've got a lot of tools available to be able to stop this comp from actually being able to get their dive strategy off onto you.
Kai'Sa's not a very strong laner. We're going into Nautilus as well, so hopefully we should see Dinxon and Suze have a much easier time this time versus OSU's bottom lane. Whether or not Cheese Wedge shouldn't usually get priority until first recall, but after that, basically you're essentially keeping your Scatter the Weak on cooldown, because as soon as you use it, Fire can always engage on you. You have Phase Rush, more than likely it's going to happen here for the Galio. Strong team fighting here for OSU. I don't want to count them quite out, as we have seen. Looks like we are heading into game here soon, and an important win here for OSU. If they're able to take the victory here tonight, they lock themselves in for playoffs. They lock themselves into that top 6, unable to drop below that with the standings as they are right now. And would be a pretty big win for them in the first season of Division 1.
Definitely. You want to get to participate in that postseason. You want to give yourself a shot to be able to take out some of the big boys and get yourselves to LAN. Those are certainly going to be goals that these teams set out with originally. They know that they're not coming in as the heaviest favorites in the world, but still trying to get as far as you can. It's the spirit of the competition. Shalush did show there, so while both teams are set up as 5, I do think there's a little bit more information available for West Virginia. Granted, I don't know what they're really going to do about that. Their entire bot side jungle has been lit up like a Christmas tree, and they appear to be none the wiser.
I want to thank our observer for standing there the entire time that Alistar was doing the dance emote. Love a good cowbell.
The cowbell.
Yep.
Yeah. I really think they should buff that skin. The cowbell sound should be global. You should be able to hear it no matter where you are on the map. It should be like release.
If I'm release Teemo.
Really sad robot Amumu is what I was thinking. That's a throwback.
Yep. I would prefer if that wasn't the case, personally. Mostly because I know that global sounds usually bug out a lot. And we have things like Corki, whose Gatling gun is one of the worst things to happen during a pause. So, would prefer if that wasn't the case. Both junglers are going to start on top side, but Shalush going for a bit of a different path here, going for Wolves into Gromp and Blue Buff. Kind of gives him some flexibility. I can't imagine that he'll be going for any counter jungling versus Joby. But with how much early information West Virginia have on this bottom lane, I think already starting off very well.
Nice little flash there from Ensues trying to get the fight started. We'll end up chunking Sigma Kitten to about half. And does mean that they hit level 2 first and get a nice little push into the turret. So probably going to deny a couple of CS here. Not going to accomplish too much beyond that, but they know they have the backup of Sour pathing on towards the bottom side. So willing to exchange some of those early summoners for health, even if you don't have the Hex Splash.
Usually in Tristana lanes, you don't really get the ability. Oh, 2M2MC, we're just going to get solo. We were just going to solo kill him.
Under the turret, but it is a second turret shot. It's going to be a 1-for-1. The turret does get to clear out the wave, so it is still a win for 2M2MC, but fight bringing out of the bottom side. Dinks is now behind enemy lines, but Ensues very well might be the first one to fall. The heal going to give him that little bit of extra space to be able to get away.
Fivefire's here.
Being channeled. Fivefire arrives to the scene, going to look to take out Ensues. It's a double knockup from Sigma Kitten. Jump back away in towards Fivefire, but he was channeling the taunt the whole time. Dink's gonna get locked down here at 200 HP. Will be able to stay alive, but that's a fight win for Ohio State if I've ever seen one.
One thing that we don't usually get to talk about, and maybe this might just be a dive here, Dinks.
Yeah, Dinks locked on down.
No
Sigma
buffer.
Kitten tanks up the aggro first. Very well executed. Sour is in the area, but nothing to do. If you went absolutely nutso, you could maybe flash Q to kill that Alistar, but Sigma Kitten has flash, not going to risk potentially going down as the jungler here.
Okay, so when we talk about this bottom lane matchup, usually for our supports, what you want to have happen is the minion wave meets in the middle so that Nautilus gets the ability to actually play and not potentially die underneath the turret and get locked up versus this Alistar. But because you have Tristana, I think this game does change a little bit in terms of what we should expect from the bottom lanes.
Oh no.
Seeing Joby.
Oh, nice smite there from Sour. Secures the Gromp for themselves, and that little injection of HP forces Shalush to not pursue the kill any further. So that smite timer I really do think was life and death there for Sour.
Yeah, very good. But what I'm trying to get at with this bottom lane point, please stop fighting, guys. I just want to talk about cool lane stuff.
Never.
Is that you don't actually get to kill Kai'Sa in lane. What ends up happening is you just shove lane or waves underneath her turret and essentially allow for Ensues to hopefully open up on the rest of the map. But if they can't find kills, Kai'Sa just gets to farm into her turret for free.
Underneath the turret. Nice knockup, though. Timed very, very well for Inox, and will donate a kill back over to Sour. That's a 1-0 start for the Viego. Also been gobbling up waves. Sour, if you were going to have a carry performance on the jungle, this would be the game to do it. Ensues is getting hunted down, though, by Fivefire and Sigma Kitten. The only thing is, they don't actually do that much damage. Ensues is going to be able to escape.
I think this is... All things considered, I won't lie, I think this is actually still good for OSU. Yes, it is a trade, and Joby does get kills. We'll see how much of an impact he'll have on this Viego, but it's Renekton who is up 13 CS, so technically 2 waves. And it's also Renekton who is getting the waves to crash onto the turret, getting chip damage at the same time. So I think 2MC, he's had a couple of already fumbles here in this game number 2, but I think the ideas are right, and the execution, while maybe not as clean, is fine enough for me. I want this Cho'Gath to be suffering, because I think Cho'Gath, if you're behind, is absolutely useless in comparison to something like a Renekton.
Certainly do feel that. Sour going to need to make sure to use this gold advantage to have any value given back over to WVU for the results of the exchange so far. Sour hovering around this mid lane, knowing that Fivefire has stayed pushed up for a lot of the game and wants to get onto this dragon with the bot lane push that Dinks and Ensues have been able to get. Jinx banned away, of course. This is Dinks
there you go.
On Tristana. There we go.
Do we think we can fight here? Because we have Pryo from mid, Galio can ult, Shalush instead just decides to opt for waves, or for his jungle camps. Should also know that there's going to be a topside scuttle. 2MC, getting a little bit of chip here away at his opponents. Maybe they look for something bot. There's no vision. They know the Gromp respawn timer.
Going back on towards the Gromp here. Another opportunity to smite here for Sour. Oh, misses it that time!
1 and 1.
And it's stolen away by Shalush, and that's actually going to be level 6 for Shalush as well, while Sour's still stuck at level 5. Will they turn this even further into a dive? Nice hook found by Ensues, but Sigma Kitten going to be able to stay standing. Dinks jumps in with the rocket jump. Will make it a 1-for-1 exchange, gets back underneath the turret. Fivefire looking to get over there, and oh, that missed rupture. I think that's a death sentence for Inox. 2MC with the solo kill in the top lane.
He's winning on those carry matchups. 2MC doing good for themselves. 3 and 2. Also bought up the Cole very early on, so getting more gold per gold out of these minions. We know the turret play. Inox does have teleport, but it's going to be a little bit before that is backing up and available. 6-3 is the kill total here in favor of the Ohio State, and a great opening play here on the bottom lane.
Yeah, really good stuff there. Shalush winning the Smite fight. We talked about how impactful the first Smite fight was for Sour getting to keep his life. The second one, perhaps even more impactful, as it gets Shalush level 6 and gets that fight started. Dinks does manage to trade back onto the Alistair, gets rolling on the Tristana, but being able to get one back for the Wukong. Shalush now off to the races as well. Inox just used Devour. A little bit of a concern here for a potential dive.
Cho'Gath is surprisingly very resilient at playing range matchups. Can just use his Q to farm, and with his passive, he does get HP when he kills minions or when he kills units, so he's able to sustain himself for the time being. It is going to be 3 grubs going over to OSU, while Joby kind of in a weird spot. Not going to contest for his Raptors, instead wants to go towards the bottom side of the map. It seems like with Dinks and Ensues, maybe Ensues hits level 6 on this next minion wave, and they can try to stop 2MC from getting in. Dominus is not up for another 10 seconds here. It's coming up shortly, though.
Trying to get out of 2MC. Does manage to get up against the wall still. Will be pulled back in by Ensues. Had the slice of the dice and the flash, and so is able to get away underneath the turret. Still going to be able to push in this wave. We'll see if there's a dive led by Ensues in the future, but this is still a pretty tanky Croc. He still has Dominus as well. I just don't think they're going to be able to make it happen.
Yeah, Galio's coming as well. They should know Galio's fading on this side of the map. This is an impossible fight for them to find. You see that 2MC is trying to play a little bit aggressive. He knows that he's on this side of the map. With Fire recalling, he should be able to teleport if he needs him.
Yeah, Inox caught out on the top side. 3 versus 1, easy cleanup. Really does spur on some temptation to try to cross map, but like you call out, the Galio just means that they can't. Good discipline to not go for an impossible play, but still feels bad to not have a response towards Inox's next death. But maybe this could be the response. Fire thinks he has a plan, a Cheese Wedge. Cheese Wedge can be able to flash back away. Has Sour in his back pocket. Inox TPing in towards the mid lane, but it's all just too slow. It's all just too late. Fire and Sigma Kitten will already be safe.
Fire has Merc Treads, Spectre's Cowl, and I saw Cheese Wedge unload the unleashed power on him, and I don't think his health bar moved. So, not good looks here for West Virginia. Also going for okay, this is Blackfire Torch, so
yes,
just getting a ton of ability haste makes sense. But I don't know, Gordo. We talked about that this for West Virginia, they're a pick reliant composition, and so far a lot of the lanes are even. The thing that's worrying me right now is that we are 10.5 minutes and there's a completed Trinity Force here for Shalush, as well as a Spear Shojin already for 2M2MC. So a lot of those early lane leads starting to appear.
Fire finding a nice exchange here with Cheese Wedge. You can proc that phase rush and just get yourself out of danger in pretty quick order. Things have quieted down for the WVU side over the last couple of minutes, but not for Ohio State. They just have not been able to find the plays on the West Virginia side, and Inox going to be forced to flash in exchange for Dominus on that top side.
Galio trying to channel a recall here. Shalush, just give it up. Not a completed item. That was a single Ruby Crystal. Very worth buy here from Fire. GM2MC continuing to proxy. There's not really too many answers. I wonder when West Virginia want to go for some lane allocation swaps, because I think you would rather have Tristana sit mid versus Galio and let Syndra play on side lane and just make sure that Ensues / Sour basically hover him.
Yeah, ooh, there's an engage found on to Cheese Wedge, who was trying to fade bottom to be able to get the fight started, but collapsed on in an instant by the heroic entrance of Fire.
Nice.
Great dodge from 5150 to get away from the dredge line, and that's going to cook the fight for WVU if it wasn't already there. 2-0 for Ohio State, and this dragon going to get started up by them.
For free. You can't walk. When you're playing a mage and you're not a champion that has mobility, your team has to escort you from the minion waves to the objective. Otherwise, that is going to happen. Now Dinks loses his flash as we see Sigma Kid try to make a play. Dragon does go over to the Ohio State, and we're going to have a minute and a half before these turret plates fall. Don't think we're going to be seeing too much action at least for the time being. So West Virginia find themselves at an almost 4,000 gold deficit here at the 12.5-minute mark. Not a good start here for this game, as this is kind of one of their last potential looks here to secure a 6th place spot in the playoffs.
Yeah, rough start to this game number 2 up against Ohio State. And the strong leads now developing in top and jungle, going to make this front line very, very tough to deal with, and mean that the pick composition really going to need to try to find a way past them onto the squishy backsides. But 5150 playing very well so far. Who made any of those opportunities? And Inox just caught out once again. Caught out feels harsh. He's between his turrets. But this jungle doesn't belong to him.
I'm on my side of the map. What do you mean caught out, caster man? What am I supposed to do here? Joby gonna try and invade. Does get the smite this time onto the Raptors. Maybe they'll make a play on mid lane. You see pings coming on out. No one is protecting Cheese Wedge right now.
This one, also feels rude to say caught out. Feels like you are on your half of the map, but it is what it is. It is what it is. Ohio State at a significant advantage, over 5K ahead, and they're running the map with it. And if you've got Sour just on this bottom side of the map, it just means that you don't really have the tools to be able to step up to your wave when the risk of this Wukong Galio duo, and Alistair too, appearing out of the woods is present.
Very tough spot here. And it's not like if West Virginia were to lose this match that they would not be able to get 6th place or qualify for playoffs. It just means that the race for that 6th place spot is actually a little bit more open. Now, are we expecting Boise State to win a game or even a series? I think it's up to be determined. Obviously, they control their fate, but that 6th place spot now becomes tied between West Virginia and Utah. I think it's quite interesting to see which team will be able to make it out. And for now, it'll be West Virginia because they have the head-to-head. But if Utah gets some upsets, if West Virginia are unable to win at the end of the season, there's some space, some room here for some magic.
Absolutely. 1 versus 3. How strong is 2M2MC? Strong enough to get 1 trade. Strong enough to get 2. Strong enough to 1 versus 3. 2M2MC. A massive 1 versus 3 play.
He just got as many kills as West Virginia have on their entire team in 1 play, and Inox dies on the opposite sides of the map. This Renekton came back, didn't even teleport in. He has Spear, Shojin, and Terminus at 15.5 minutes, thanks to him having that Cole early on. He'll be a Rift Herald on top.
Terminus?
Yeah, you stack it instantly. There's actually some dark tech coming on through from other Renekton players. Seen it a couple times going into tanks.
Oh, this is wild. Build whatever you want at this stage. 5150 making the plays as well. OSU. Where is this coming from? These guys are styling on West Virginia now. A huge set of plays in the last couple of minutes.
Yeah.
Making a second triple kill to the OSU squad. This one going over to 5150.
5150 maybe feeling a bit more musically inclined, anything I can do, anything you can do, 2M2MC, I can do better. Gets himself a triple kill as well. Maybe this time.
He did not do
I don't
it
think
better.
it's quite as good as a 1v3 though. 1v3 is pretty
better.
nasty. So, I don't know. I'm seeing West Virginia here. The Mountaineers are not looking good in this game. They are 60 CS down in top side, 30 in the jungle. And that alone is going to make up a pretty decent goal differential between the two teams, not to mention all of the kills that have been going over. And this reset pick comp, when you fall behind, you basically have no identity because you're entirely focused on getting kills, but they haven't really been able to succeed at that.
Big for Inox to get that level 11, gets a huge chunk of HP from leveling up Feast, and it might actually end up being the difference maker here as 2M2MC forced to back out away. Sigma Kitten will walk away with the kill regardless, so take back that it makes a difference, but Inox is dead.
We said that a lot this game, so fair.
7 times.
Fire. There might be more in our future. We'll see. Fighting over some cannon minions. Very important for Syndra, for all of our Syndra players at home. Cannon minions give you a Splinter of Wrath, otherwise known as a free Syndra bucks. So make sure that you're cashing in on the value there. We're seeing a little bit of skirmishing on top side. It is Galio. So
A little bit of a slingshot there from Ensues as the dredge line did come out, got intercepted by Sigma Kitten. No kills to be found though. 5Fire not even on the Riftmaker part of the Galio build yet, so damage is relatively low. They will just grab themselves that dragon, take their reset, and get back out onto the map. 19-4 on the scoreboard. Back to 11K territory for the gold lead, and Ohio State University should feel very, very comfortable.
Tilush is so powerful right now. Like, Trinity Force into Sundered Sky. Sundered Sky has, I think, been the item of the year for me. Like, this item has been way too broken all year long. And continues to be a very, very prevalent melee item for our bruisers. Guys, this is Galio. There. We do no damage.
Yeah, nice buffer from Dinks, though, showing that you know, there are some mechanics to be had to be able to escape from this Galio. If only you could return enough damage for it to matter. Is still working their way towards what looks to be I-Edge second. But without the BF sword, that means you are probably a sizable distance away. Yeah. Another inner turret going to fall here. That's all three going the way of the Ohio State University.
All right, so he got the BF sword, which means that he's 600 gold away. So we need 3 minion waves here. I think Cheese Wedge is dying on this one.
Well, that means it's ripe for the taking. You can just get.
There's only 3 minions here, so it's not a full. So it's like now it's 3.5. Inox, is this number 8?
Yes, it is. Dinks up here. Too late for that first wave. You know, you can kill 600 Void Mites as well. That could be an option. As Sigma Kitten goes in for the engage, going to get flashed away from by Sour. Sour, though, now without Flash and without Heartbreaker. Just hiding inside his own mist. Dinks doing his best to try to clear out some of these minions and get themselves a little bit of gold scraped together wherever they can find it.
He did kill at least one of the Void Mites, so he's making his way to that 600 number. Dinks going on in. R150 saw his ult.
Oh, does get the ultimate back away, back on in. In goes 5150, wants that one-on-one, but Scatter the Weak connects on the far side. Still not going to be able to close up the gap as 5Fire comes in with the heroic entrance, going to start to chase down on towards Cheese Wedge. Inox arrives and finds a feast on a champion. Big shutdown gold goes over to the Cho'Gath. But now, what is going to be the cost? 5Fire and 2M2MC, the 2 Ohio State solo laners running amok through the West Virginia roster. A double kill to 5Fire. The inhibitor started by 5150 will fall, and work on the Nexus turrets will begin.
No Baron even needed to spawn here. It is just Sour. Dinks will respawn here, and it is just the solo lanes of the Ohio State. Can't imagine we're going to be looking for an end right here. But another mid-wave will be crashing. Another inhibitor turret here to fall soon. As 5Fire and 2MC are just positioning and posturing on the top side of West Virginia's base.
Nice Scatter of the Weak does find its way onto 2. They are going to hook on in, but it's a triple knockup from the Sigma Kitten, 50 or 49. And just the rest of the squad will fall apart at the seams. The Ohio State University well and truly too far ahead to be dealt with at this stage. 2M2MC flashes in to be close enough to finish off the kill with the dominus AoE damage. 11-2-5 on the Renekton. What a highlight for 2M2MC in that 1v3 triple kill, and that is what you're going to remember from this game that is otherwise a footnote for the Ohio State University. 2 dominant showings will get them a 2-0 win as soon as they decide to actually hit the Nexus. Come on, you got some attack speed on this Renekton. I know you can do it. 5-1-5-B, almost going to be able to get it. There's the double kill over to 2M2MC. And Ohio State will close out game number 2.
13-2-6 here for the Renekton, and I mean, hell, that was kind of the matchup that we were expecting. Wanted to see if West Virginia would have a little bit more sauce. I know that on Tilt Proof, me, Shibby, and Grapes were kind of postulating that maybe Ohio State look a little weaker because they've been streaking a lot of losses back-to-back, so maybe the momentum is bringing them down. But this looked like kind of business as usual. This might have just been a good old regular solo queue game to a lot of these guys because they looked incredibly dominant.
Yeah, really, really good showings. I mean, just in the straight up 1v1s and 2v2s here from the Ohio State Buckeyes, they really come on out and find themselves the individual advantages. 2M2MC putting themselves up a little high right reel here as they take on down the Cho'Gath repeatedly and then are able to bring that massacre over towards the rest of the West Virginia Mountaineers. A big win here for Ohio State cements them a position in the playoffs.
Very good. And now we'll have to see what kind of level they're going to be able to push to themselves, because now moving up to 3-3, St. Clair's at 3-2. It's whether or not they can actually kind of push further than that. The highest record that they would be able to get is 4-3, and that would require for St. Clair to lose their next two if they want to get into top 4. So looks more than likely that OSU is going to be our 5th seed going into playoffs, which not all that much different than what we were expecting. You know, you and I were thinking this is the 4th best team. I think 5th is not all that much of a Hail Mary there.
No, we can pat ourselves on the back if we want for the
Great job.
for the
Great job,
prediction. Good job. Yeah, we had a firm idea coming on in. I mean, Stony Brook will continue to be the big surprise of the season, I think, by moving up to that 4th position. I think you could have had them as low as 6th and maybe defended that position, but no longer. They've certainly cemented themselves into that 4th place conversation, and that head-to-head going to give them a big lead over the Buckeyes here coming in towards that final seeding. So like you said, seems very, very likely how these things are going to break out. An upset up against St. Clair notwithstanding, still within the cards for those Seawolves. That's enough about the general standings. We are going to have an interview with a winner from the Ohio State squad. I'm going to throw it to a quick break here while we get that set up, pull them on over. We'll see you guys on the other side.
Think you know how today's matches will play out? Prove it with Division 1 pick'ems. Follow along and put your predictions to the test. Each week, you can make your picks for both Valorant and League of Legends, or just stick to your favorite game. Predict the winners of our future matches and choose the players you think will have the biggest impact. Every correct pick earns you points. The more points you score, the higher you climb on that leaderboard. At the top, you'll find prizes waiting for you at the end of the split. It's easy to play, adds excitement to every match, and keeps you connected with the action all season long. So lock in your picks, track your progress, and see if you've got what it takes to top the Division 1 Pick'ems leaderboard. Think you know how today's matches will play out? Prove it with Division 1 pick'ems. Follow along and put your predictions to the test. Each week, you can make your picks for both Valorant and League of Legends, or just stick to your favorite game. Predict the winners of our future matches and choose the players you think will have the biggest impact. Every correct pick earns you points. The more points you score, the higher you climb on that leaderboard. At the top, you'll find prizes waiting for you at the end of the split. It's easy to play, adds excitement to every match, and keeps you connected with the action all season long. So lock in your picks, track your progress, and see if you've got what it takes to top the Division 1 Pick'ems leaderboard.
Welcome back, everybody, to tonight's broadcast of Division 1. Well, we are joined by Sigma Kitten 49, fresh from I heard Spirit Halloween in the background earlier.
Yeah,
Happy
yeah.
that you guys got that trip out in spirit of the season, and also pick up a win in spirit of the season as well. Congrats on the 2-0 for the Buckeyes.
Thank you.
I'm not going to address it yet. Let's start off with talking
You just
about the series.
did. You just did.
It's okay, Ulk,
Okay.
don't worry about
All
it.
right.
Let's start
There
off
you
with the
go.
series today. You and 5150 come on in for the day rather than the regular starters of Ruler and Delight. Curious, how far in advance did you guys know you were starting, and how were you preparing for your matchup here up against the Mountaineers for the day?
This has been something that we've been practicing for weeks now, just trying to get a role swap from me from jungle to support. And we've just been practicing in solo queue, getting our synergy up. And finally today we were able to show the fruits of our labor, basically. And we will be playing again with this bot lane for Maryville next week. So I'm very excited
Ooh.
to try it out.
Okay, nice. The season hasn't gone like as maybe you guys would have wanted. You guys have beaten all the teams that are below kind of the 4th place mark, but haven't really beaten any of the teams that are above that. So
Yeah.
what has been the team's kind of goal for this season? I know we talked to Five Fire earlier on in the season about kind of wanting to get some of the seniors some silverware before you guys are shipped off. So what are your goals here for Division 1?
Well, our goals is just to get better one game at a time, of course. And yeah, maybe there were some upsetting losses, but we're still growing as a team. Again, like we have a 7-man roster, so it's just very hard to get the synergy when we're splitting time. So maybe eventually we can finalize something and then show our final form.
Yeah. So a close loss last week to Stony Brook. We don't really get to talk to you guys afterwards, as it's generally the winner's interview here on D1. Just curious on what the takeaways for the team are from that matchup. I know it wasn't you and 5150 in for the day, but curious as to like what the team atmosphere and what the team reaction to that series was, and what you guys have taken away from it.
Yeah, it was an upsetting loss, but we'll bounce back. I think it was upsetting at the time, but we've bounced back, we've locked in, and we're ready to play more games.
So, where do you guys see yourselves in like the grand scheme of the tournament? Because I had you guys as 4th, so I was very heartbroken that you guys lost last week. I think Gordo had made a joke that like the schedule makers did a lot of favors for Stony Brook because they basically got to play against all of the bottom teams at the very beginning of the season and got to start off 4-1 minus a loss versus Maryville. So where do you guys rank, and where do you think that Stony Brook actually ranks in terms of like the league as a whole?
Well, that's a tough question, but I guess I'll just comment on why I think we can rank. I think we have potential to be like up there within the top 4. So hopefully we can finalize all of our like roster issues and eventually for playoffs show that we are able to compete with some of the best teams here.
All right, Sigmakin, I have to ask right now. Imagine the director, John Price, is watching this right now.
Yeah.
You have to convince him and your team manager why you deserve to be on the starting lineup. Right here.
Let me play, please.
That's awesome, man. First of all, I just want to encourage you, watch this back later. Every time you have to open your mouth like a little bit more to say a word, the bell rings and you can hear it in your microphone, dude. It's funniest.
Beautiful. It's great.
I can't keep it together, dude. It's
Yeah.
All right. Love it, man. What do you call the costume? What are you going as for Halloween this year?
All 49 of the Sigma kittens, bro.
Where are all the where are the other 48? Are they your teammates? Are they back at home?
They're in a trench coat.
Oh, okay. All right.
So there are 49 kittens all playing support in this this costume. Okay. Good to know.
It's
Gordo,
well thought out.
Yeah. Anything else?
I don't know. Last word goes to Sigma Kitten, man. Anybody you want to shout out? Anything you want to say to those still tuned on in for D1 before we close out for the evening?
Shout out White Boy of the Year, 5150, my ADC. Yeah, that's about it.
Real.
Good stuff. Good
Real.
stuff. Shout out 5150. As always, thank you very much, Sigma Kitten, for hopping on. Congratulations once again to you and the squad on the win.
Thank you.
Going to start to wrap on up Division 1. Sigma Kitten, we will see you next time. We bring you on for an interview for Ohio State, and excited to see you guys face off against Maryville. Ulg Battery, as jarring as the interviews can be here, we've gotten some.
What do
we
you
got
mean?
Some fits. We got some fits on the interviews today, man.
Yeah, I don't know who beats who, because Sigmakin had, a really great headpiece and with the neck piece as well, but I think that, in my opinion, I think that beats out on the Snoopy pants pajama pants that only 35 was wearing.
We'll see. Stay tuned tomorrow. Maybe somebody will combine all the pieces together. It's like a character creator. We're swapping out tops and bottoms, and eventually we'll build the ultimate collegiate League of Legends player on one of these streams. So stay tuned. You'll have to keep on watching D1 to find out. We will be back tomorrow with the remaining 4 teams playing out their Week 6 games, and from there,
Maryville, Utah, Boise State versus St. Clair. Woo!
And Boise State versus St. Clair. These are going to be some heated matchups, and then we're going to come into our final week of the regular season following that. So we're getting towards that last sprint. We're starting to finalize what these positions are going to be, and you're not going to want to miss any part of it. But like I said, that's going to do it for tonight's stream. So thank you, everybody who tuned in for tonight's series, and we will see you back tomorrow on Division 1 for those final 2 matchups.
Think you know how today's matches will play out? Prove it with Division 1 pick'ems. Follow along and put your predictions to the test. Each week, you can make your picks for both Valorant and League of Legends, or just stick to your favorite game. Predict the winners of our future matches and choose the players you think will have the biggest impact. Every correct pick earns you points. The more points you score, the higher you climb on that leaderboard. At the top, you'll find prizes waiting for you at the end of the split. It's easy to play, adds excitement to every match, and keeps you connected with the action all season long. So lock in your picks, track your progress, and see if you've got what it takes to top the Division 1 Pick'ems leaderboard. Think you know how today's matches will play out? Prove it with Division 1 pick'ems. Follow along and put your predictions to the test. Each week, you can make your picks for both Valorant and League of Legends, or just stick to your